furious that his garden had been trampled. Yornir, the calmest person in the universe, he definitely chose for this roleplay prompt, slams the door open.
Welcome to the Serenity. Oh, Yornir.
Hello, Tai Shen.
Whoa, calm down. What is upsetting you?
The scarlet rage that wells within my being. Just like pools of poison. Spilling from every orifice. I'm gonna throw up. I cannot contain it.
This is the most upset you've ever seen.
Tell me, what angers you so?
I'm surrounded by worthless beings. Scrim, he's the worst. And the rest of them, you included, I guess. I hate your guts, Titan.
Brace yourself. You're gonna drag that rock around the rest of your life. You're dancing on the edge of a knife, hoping someone else will decide. I've been taking on water. We both know the ship is gonna sink, but I keep reaching for the shore. Never seems to get any closer. Who's gonna keep the lights on? Who's gonna make it rain? Always looking for the next big ticket. Always trying to stretch it one more day. Who's gonna keep you happy? Who's gonna keep you sane? Calling out to an echo and just hoping for a different refrain. Like a mad dog after a rabbit, I keep on running, running, running. I don't feel like it gets me anywhere, anywhere. You know the kickback is automatic. It keeps coming, knocking me down to the bottom and keeping me there.
Well done.
Yeah, that was fucking cool. Whoever did that one.
That was
Great song.
fucking great.
Damn.
Great song. Great song. Welcome back, everybody.
Holy shit.
Hello! Welcome! We are Legends of Evantris, and tonight we're going to be playing some 5th edition Dungeons and Dragons. That's the 2024 edition.
Oh, what did you just say?
I just said the 2024!
Oh,
I-
do I get that?
son of
Do
a
I get that
fucking-
cool ass shit?
Yeah.
I
I can't
wait.
wait for Tai Shen to go Super
Oh
Saiyan. all
fuck!
the
I didn't
time.
upgrade my. I didn't change mine to
Neither
24.
did
Oh,
I.
can you? You can.
You can.
I'm going to.
You can do it if
Should
you
I
want
do it
to.
right now?
You can leave your friends behind.
Yeah.
You can dance if you want to. You can leave your friends behind because your friends don't dance, and if they don't dance, then they ain't no friends of mine.
This is some cool stuff on the
Um,
wall.
Hire someone that can do that.
What?
I hope
It's
so.
Friday night.
We need to. I'll be back.
It's Friday night. I love Icebound Fridays. It hits different. But we're down to business this time.
Yes.
It is a still Fun Friday vibes. We are down to business.
We gotta.
We got
We gotta
Focus
Let's
team of
get down
I
to
didn't-
business.
tonight.
to defeat the Hun.
I was gonna defeat
Not the-
Did they
Secundus.
send
Oh,
me
that's
daughters?
pretty good, yeah.
When I
Oh,
asked
Secundus.
for
defeat
sons, you're the
Secundus.
saddest bunch I ever met.
All right, let me see if I can modify my character sheet.
Before we're through, Mr. I'll make a
I don't know how bad this is gonna
man
fuck
of
me.
you.
I also don't think we have any. Just being serious, I don't think we have any way to deal with the Secundus problem.
That's very funny.
I'm just letting everybody know. I have no idea.
How bad is it gonna fuck my
I didn't even
character
take
if I remove
Fireball.
my
You think
class
we can handle
and
Secundus?
re-add
Okay,
my
so
class?
what I would recommend
it.
is duplicate and then do it
Oh,
over here.
yeah.
I don't want. So the problem is, I think that this character I think is on my old account,
Oh.
and so I don't know if I can duplicate. Like, there's no way for me to duplicate. I tried to do this with another character, who shall remain nameless for now,
Okay.
Oh, shit.
and I couldn't duplicate them, and I'm worried that this is gonna be the same fucking thing.
Well, yeah, like our account is one of the like unlimited number, right? So
Yeah, Scrim is on my old account because
Yeah.
he got fucked.
Well, why does that matter?
Well, you could.
Because I don't think I can duplicate him from the LOA account.
You've got time if you race to go to the master account and create Scrim from scratch 2024 style, but you also don't have to do it. There's no pressure. There's no wrong answers.
I don't think I can do that. That feels like I can't do that.
How do you
All right.
change your class
Leave
to
it.
the 2024?
Leave it.
I'm gonna
leave it for tonight.
Nah, fuck it.
You gotta
I'm just
add
gonna
your
delete his
class.
class.
What?
What's the worst that could happen? I'm just gonna remove his class. What's the worst that could
but I
happen?
should copy. I should copy.
You should
because
copy
that'll
it.
fuck everything up.
Yeah.
That'll like clear all my
Yeah,
spells and
I'm
shit.
gonna
probably.
copy. I'm gonna copy.
Oh,
it as
you
well.
guys are losers. I'm just gonna send it.
Well,
In true Scrim fashion, I'm gonna gamble.
I'm copying.
I'm gonna dance with the devil
drive
here.
Me crazy is now copy of Taishan Fire Blossom instead of like my third character ever made is now my last.
Because if I lose my HP,
Oh,
and no
fuck.
one's gonna believe how fucking crazy busted my rolls were for HP every single level.
I
can't lose
sat
that. You're
next
right. I have
to you
81
for
hit points.
every roll,
I have 81 hit points.
and legit can confirm you rolled like absolute. You rolled like loaded dice.
Like a
I
mad
mean, it was
lad.
unbelievable. I think you rolled a D12, right?
D12.
And I think you rolled like an 11 or 12 basically every level.
Oh,
up.
what am I doing?
And I rolled under half every single time, so I did not have a lot of HP.
Okay. I am deleting.
All right, my proficiency is deception and I'm just gonna write all this down. Deception and intimidation. Why? Maybe there's a
but
chance
how
for me
do
to
I
fix the
change my class?
intimidation.
I don't.
Oh, I did it.
God,
I
do have
removed
to
my
just-
class. Oh god.
Okay, let me.
The
just...
Hexblade. Is the Hexblade in 24 yet?
No.
That's what I was worried about. Like I was worried about it just being all fucked.
Draconic Bloodline, Gold Dragon.
None of this should matter. Eldritch Invocations. I have 5 of them. Armor.
Damn. Wait a minute. Scrim's a warlock?
Yeah. Eldritch Mind.
Feet, give the metallic dragon charisma. Oh,
Thanks for hanging out. It's very
I didn't
Friday.
even pick
They're
where
gonna
the hell
update their
these two things
characters
were.
in
That's so
a
funny.
very fast and
Thirsting Blade?
eraser marker manner. I'm just gonna talk to chat. How you guys doing tonight? How y'all doing? What's going on? What's new and exciting? Apparently, I'm trying to pull a Professor X.
Relentless
That's
Hex.
cool.
I haven't gotten to use this yet.
Why are you? Oh, that's very good. Relentless Hex.
I haven't gotten a chance to use it. I tried to use it in
I don't
the
know
last
why.
Herald fight.
I
And
love.
I couldn't get within 30 feet.
Oh,
Or
yeah.
within vision.
No,
It
that was a hard
fucked.
fight. That was a hard fight for you.
One of my, unironically, one of my favorite combats I've ever piloted through of all time was as Zealot Sithurgos.
Yeah.
And playing
Oh,
like a
yeah.
level 14 Hexblade, or I think we were 13 at the time. Hexblade
Yeah,
Warlock.
give or take.
With like the invocations and like all the stuff we could do. And,
Yeah.
Like, oh man, it was just so fucking cool.
Eldritch Versatility.
Thank you so much for the
I
kind
took
words.
double Charisma. ASI. Cha.
I think it's music you
Times
got going
two.
on, Derek.
Yeah, it's really good.
I've been very nervous about my hair, so all of these comments are very kind.
Derek's
and I
hair
thank
looks
you.
fucking great lately.
Derek, I always tell you that this kind of like slightly longer, curlier thing you got going on is very
No,
handsome.
no, I'm trying a new thing. I mentioned it
It's very
on a
handsome
stream a
on
few
you.
days ago or last week. I am growing it out. We're gonna go full cake pop.
Yeah,
Squat
I
now.
feel
I'm gonna
like
just fucking get.
if you
crazy.
wanted to like just shorten it, just shorten the
Dex.
sides.
No. That's what I'm doing. Is
And,
I'm taking my beard
Yeah.
trimmer and I'm going boop, boop, while I
I
like
think
have
it
my
was-
hair up.
I think we were like, it was little Richie and I were working, and we were editing something, and Richie was like, Derek's hair does look really good in this episode, and it was like very recent.
It's a little weird because my
Okay,
fear
ready.
is that I mushroom out. I mushroom out like here on the side, and like I feel like that looks awkward. But as
If you
it
just
starts
keep
to
an
fill
eye
out
on it.
up and out,
Yeah.
it's starting to work, and I'm feeling pretty good
I
about
think
it.
because
Feeling
you
pretty
got to
good.
realize how like very rare it is to have those kind of curls. I feel like it's rarer than the alternative.
And all these are just so to the routine is out of the shower. I have some post-shower goo, and I just run it through, no comb because the comb ruins the curls. Fingers only.
yeah.
And so then I just let it dry, and it falls into this pattern, and I'm getting some Superman going on, which I'm happy with.
I have
But
2 extra
I've been
Eldritch
nervous.
Invocations.
I've been nervous. Yeah.
I get 2 more
Yeah.
Eldritch Invocations than I had before just by changing my
That's
2024.
incredible, dude.
I go from 5 to 7.
There you go.
All right,
Enjoy.
sorcerer.
What the actual
Welcome to
fuck?
2024, baby.
All right, I'm adding sorcerer.
What in the actual fuck?
I'm glad everyone's having a great Friday night. We're gonna have some fun, I think. We're
No,
gonna
it's
we're
gonna
gonna enjoy some
I-
wedding jazz, some
I
wedlock,
love-
some
Oh, I think I have to
promises
choose
are gonna be
Pact
made.
of the Blade here, though. Right?
Pact of the Blade is now just an invocation.
That's what I'm saying. I have to choose that.
Yes.
Because that's literally my subclass.
fun not guaranteed.
Well-
That's correct.
The subclass is Hexblade,
But I mean, it's like, yeah.
but without it, you will not be able to play effectively.
What in the hell?
Thank you for bearing with us.
Yeah, I'll be almost
should've
done in a
done this
minute.
earlier.
I literally didn't even think about it. That's on me.
This either.
That's on me.
Twinned and quick sorcerer.
That's right.
so-
Thirsting
That's where we left
Blade.
off. Obviously, we'll do a summary, but
So I really get one more.
last time on
justification.
Icebound, they arrived at the wedding. That's what they did.
Relentless,
That's right, Derek.
relentless hex.
Thank you, Richie.
That's right.
That's gone.
Who are the two announcers from? Tank Hammerfall.
Thank Hammerfall. And I'm Verret Day.
Relentless hex is
We
gone.
need them to come back.
Yikes.
The next time we do a space race, we need to have Derek.
Oh
come in.
yeah, 100%.
Be a two-headed.
100%.
Be a two-headed
Oh,
announcer.
yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah. Oh my God! Echoes in the dark. 100 gifted.
Echoes! Oh!
Do we
Thank you,
have
Rick.
a
They're back!
Do we have a hype train? Oh my
Oh,
God!
yeah.
Hype train.
No,
level 8.
our train be hyping.
On
This
the
is
level
folks,
9!
essential mana from heaven. They need this. These
Yeah.
are the only twists they're gonna get
Yep,
tonight, unless we
yep.
have another hype train. But these are the only twists they're gonna get tonight. Right now, they are only gonna have 8 for the whole session. Fuck. And I have unlimited dreads because we never reset my dreads. And I tried to use them a lot.
I hit the reset button.
You hit the reset button?
Just now. Yep.
Oh shit! I've got 0 dreads.
Damn. They killed my last 2 Eldritch Invocations.
What was that mean?
Thank you for
Relentless
the bits.
Hex doesn't exist anymore, and Trickster's something doesn't. Trickster's Escape doesn't exist anymore, which is okay. I'm gonna figure this out.
Yeah, it would be the one exception to our setting separation rule would be Verret Day and Tank Hammerfall. That's very funny.
Well, we just had to mildly
Mildly
change the
them,
names, you know?
Brutal Strike is so good.
What's the sci-fi equivalent of a hammer?
Yeah. Space Hammerfall.
I'm Space Hammerfall.
Sorcerer
that's
subclass.
fucking
Is
gross.
Draconic Sorcery in the 2024? Is that the
Yeah.
same thing as Draconic Bloodline?
Yes. They
Okay,
changed
okay,
it.
okay.
These are nasty,
All right,
bro.
so this is I've gained access to everything I had before, I think. Except I may have
I'm
also
gonna erase all this and get it out of your way in a
I
minute.
know.
because I got
One
this.
of our slides may still be promoting the plushies, I'm told.
I thought I deleted all of them.
Just FYI. Fly.
Oh god.
Fly, as they say. People being cheeky say fly.
Oh.
Same shit,
It didn't
different
make-
day.
it didn't make me pick Gold Dragon though, so that's interesting. That's a difference.
Oh.
Just let me lock in Draconic.
I
Blood.
apparently
We might be able to choose the breath
Didn't-
every time you use it. I don't know.
Oh,
That one's pretty good. All right. I think what I'm doing for now,
I got a bunch of these though, which is
I'm good.
insane.
I'm locked in.
I want to be very clear with the DM. I have kept
Uh-oh.
my first one is Pact of the Blade. Have to have it. I took Armor of Shadows and Eldritch Mind, and Thirsting Blade, which I already had. Those are all things that I already had. I can cast Mage Armor on myself easily enough, unlimited times a day at will.
it didn't save any
Eldritch
of my...
Mind is advantage on Constitution saving throws. Thirsting Blood is double attack, extra attack feature. I took the new ones. I took were Life Drinker, which is I can expend one of my hit point dice to basically heal when I strike somebody with my pack weapon.
Oh shit.
Eldritch
Fantastic.
Smite, which I get to expend a pack magic spell slot to deal an extra 1d8 force damage to the target, plus another 1d8 per level of the spell slot, and I can give the target the prone condition if it's huge or smaller. And then one with Shadows. If I'm in dim light or darkness, I can cast invisibility on myself without expanding it, which is very scrim.
Perfect.
So that's what I'm sticking with.
Perfect. I love that for you.
I ain't telling you
It
shit.
didn't save any of my changes.
I will ask that because I do refer to your character sheets between sessions.
Yeah, yeah,
when
I'll
I'm
send it
planning
to
so
you.
that I don't kill you.
Cha-cha.
Minus 2024 Barnabas
Yes.
is what it's labeled.
I need to update all my links.
Yeah.
So,
It's having me choose.
Thank
Gold
you for
Dragon.
the amazing
Just on
gifts
the
and
next-
donations.
on the
We'll
next
thank we'll thank everybody.
Thank you,
I just-
thank you.
Thanks.
Sorry,
Let's keep
we
the hype
will
train
have
going.
a thank you.
Is it? Is it still going?
We want to dive
Are
straight
we
in.
out of time? Let's keep it going. Sorry we've been distracted, folks.
Squat
Only
nimbleness.
3 minutes. We can keep it going, folks.
Acro.
I have a great question here from
Dex.
Jam on our Patreon. While we level up, if Icebound got uprooted as plushies, what accessories would you give?
Not
them?
level up, but just
Who would be the
adjust his
cutest?
Copy move over.
Would you give? You'd have to give Barnabas the anchor, right, or the shell?
shell.
Shell.
What? Wait,
An-
what?
a
If we did what?
plushie, a plushie mini Nautilus shell is the cutest thing I've ever fucking
Yeah,
heard in my
I
life.
think you're right. I think you're right. Yeah, it would be very
It would be
squishy.
so-
If you
it would
were
be
a
so
plushie,
squishy.
what would you have?
If Barnabas, if we did a makeshift plushie for Icebound, what would be your accessory? It's got to be the teapot for you.
Oh, 100%.
Teapot, shell.
I kind of feel like almost though you'd put the anchor on Barnabas's back.
Maybe,
And then
yeah.
like also carry the
I
hold
feel.
the shell.
I think what Derek said of it being like a really cute plushy thing, a shell is way better than an
Yeah,
anchor.
I mean,
Because
yeah.
like, how do you stitch that? Like, I mean, you could stitch it, but like,
Maybe the thing he holds, you know? You can hold it, and then you could keep it so it's kind of like the anchor portion's towards the ground, and
Yeah.
he's like holding it and you're almost like standing with it.
One last question.
Oh my
Do I just do HP, override HP with my 81 that I rolled?
No.
You-
No.
No, it's in the character builder.
If you go back to your
At
old
your
character,
There's no way to recreate it. The math.
It's
that's-
fine though, because you can go to
no.
the copy
If you've been doing it correctly, there is a way. But I don't know if we've been doing it correctly.
You did it correctly. Well, I don't know.
You just need to know your overall rolled hit points.
That's
Well-
what I've been doing.
Well, that should be able to be my overall rolled HP. It would just be 36 minus 81. Because I'm getting 36 from Constitution, and my rolled HP would just be the difference.
Correct.
Yeah, so that's fine.
You're good.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I just want to make sure I'm on the same page. Apparently, I'm only 1 point over my total average HP of 80.
It should average out.
I think I'm exactly at my
Yeah.
average HP.
Yeah, it
I don't
should
think
average
I've
out.
ever rolled over the base.
so yeah,
average.
81 minus
it
36.
did reset
Yeah,
it back
45.
to 8. Thank God. Okay, 71.
45. Not 450 as much as I would love for
I got
tanks.
107
thing.
maybe.
To keep
Oh my
writing
God,
on the
we're on
question.
level 10.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
to keep writing on the question. Nautilus shell, obviously,
Yeah.
for Barnabas.
Very clear.
Teapot for Taishen.
Agreed.
Very
Oh,
obvious. The
fuck.
coin for Scrim.
A giant coin would be great.
Absolutely.
That'd be very fun.
Yornir's a little trickier because I don't know
Yeah,
if we could
perfect.
do a massive mammoth.
I think I'm
husk.
good.
A mammoth.
You would attach it to his back.
Yeah.
Right,
think
so it'd
his
be part of
staff.
the plushie.
I think a little
His staff?
right?
A
I was
seal
wondering about a rune.
Oh, a rune
A
ship.
little
with-
like rune stone.
Yeah.
When it was the
Stone.
yeah,
Oh, that's very cool.
and then Queenie would obviously be her honeypot.
Yeah, honeypot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that it's more charming to give them an actual accessory rather than a weapon. I think.
So for
I see
Scrim,
that. I
like
see
having
that.
the blade and the coin makes sense, but like he'd have to have a little jack.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? Like he'd have to
So
have.
that could be the 6th plushie.
Bro. Well, no, I
That's
think
true, too.
almost if we could get like work with Makeshop, can we get an accessory mini pet plush and have like seal in the
Yeah.
air, jack, like a crab, some sort of like
Out of
melee,
they like Velcro
and then like a
attached
big
or something.
friendly
Oh
bee,
my
like a
God,
Minecraft
melee is
bee.
so
Minecraft
Minecraft
bee.
bee. Minecraft bee for sure.
Can you guys hold the fort for 30 seconds? I
Yeah.
need to steal Derek for a moment.
Yeah.
Can I talk to you off screen for a second?
Oh shit.
Wow.
This should always be happening.
Yeah.
Just
Um,
classic.
Let's keep answering questions.
Yeah, do we have a question? Oh, I guess you're in the question.
Oh, that's for Derek.
Oh, I have to copy all my spells. What is it?
Free hugs as a great question. I want to wait till Derek comes back for that.
For that one.
I don't know if I rolled my HP last time. Level 9.
It was a little.
Chad Conway. Oh, actually, we'll get back to that. But I mentioned this is a great question for free hugs. What would the first arc of Icebound look like if it took place completely on the sea? Or on the boat? I'm thinking of doing a hardcore survival campaign at sea. Oh my gosh, Echoes in the Dark. Another 100 on the treasure chest.
Echoes!
Holy shit,
Amazing.
Echoes.
Amazing.
Oh!
Derek's talked about this.
Level
I
11 completed.
Dream of the
We're
world
almost
where
to
we
level
had
12.
had more time on the boat.
Yeah.
It would have been.
If this had
so
been
satisfying.
weekly, you could have done like at least a month and a half.
You could have known every little nook and cranny of that fucking.
All the crew all the crew members.
members. You would have had all sorts of conversations with Mylan. He would have been super cagey, right? I would have relished that.
Yeah.
The answer to that, however, is from where does the threat and challenges come from that make a D&D session fun?
Yep.
And so you could definitely envision like, oh, we're gonna have these RP moments where we're just sailing around, and that fantasy is fun, but that does not a 4-hour session make or an 8-hour session.
You could stretch out the mystery of the creature.
So
Yeah.
you stretch
The
out
barrel.
the creature for sure could be like this
Yeah.
this constant harrier that's attacking and taking out crew members,
Stopping people from
week
getting
to
long
week.
rests.
Right, like that.
I think you could do doldrums. You do it like the true story behind Moby Dick, of where you're just stuck in the doldrums. There's no wind, and everyone's getting cabin fever. And then you almost, if you want to draw inspiration from that, where like the whale would come back and keep attacking,
You could mix in some
every
mutiny.
time, and you could be a monster from without, or the doldrums, or like if you think about spoilers for the Terror, right, of where they're on the ship, even though they're icebound, they're on the ship,
He said
and they
that
have to deal with the Toonbach, And they never know. It's one of the times it fucking gets into the fucking ship.
Yeah.
And then it leaves, and you don't know why. And it's basically, you have this thing that is beyond reason. And that is how I think you could really do it, of something beyond reason coming and attacking. You don't know why. It kills the captain. It kills the crew. And then unpacking the mystery of why it's doing that while you're in the doldrums, or even when you're sailing.
Yeah.
How's it following? How's it keeping up? How's it tailing you?
Lots of mystery.
I will say also, one of the things that we did early on in Icebound, episodes 4 and 5, I believe, and I'm going to assume spoilers for Icebound are correct because you're watching tonight.
Yeah.
But the thing that we did was with the curtains of Aurora swimming down and taking them through their own prologue stories, and we getting to meet all of these characters and understand their background, their story, their secret. Everything that you could know about them, at least from their perspective, is valuable. So if you're doing a first arc, if this is the kind of group where you could have this kind of story, I would recommend finding some way to incentivize or reward them telling their own story, perhaps late at night. You know, they all just finished a game of liar's dice, and all of a sudden everyone starts to get into a not nostalgic mode, a pensive mode, and the music is quiet.
Shit, you could introduce some fucking pirate borg singing sea shanty shit.
Yeah,
right?
some sea shanties, but like sharing stories around the grog would be a really cool way to get those stories out of the way while you're traveling and it's getting colder and colder, or however your weather mechanics might work. That's my suggestion.
Good suggestion.
Okay.
Let me ask one more, and the food is almost here. I'll go grab it.
Keep that hype train going.
Very quickly have scarf down some
We're
food,
gonna scarf it down.
and then we're gonna
That
dive
was
in.
instant.
It's right. It's literally right up the street.
Holy fuck.
Yeah, that's why one of the reasons why I picked that.
66 subs to level 13.
Chad
minutes.
Conway
2 minutes.
asks,
close.
as a newer DM myself, what is the process for homebrewing campaigns? Where do you get the inspiration? Let's talk about getting inspiration for Icebound or others. Consume media. That's my answer. I'll be back.
Yeah, that's always been your go-to. Consume good media. Like, understand what a good story is made of, how it's structured.
I think that's essential. I think that there are a lot of tools in the narrative toolkit to think about narrative structure, to think about characters. My answer is the answer that we almost always say, which is theme. Icebound would not be what it is if I didn't have a North Star, and that is the word survival. It is always about survival. Arc 1 is about the characters surviving themselves, whether they will live or die. Arc 2, the survival is less pressured on their survivability and the survival of this town of Ogerton, right? These are the ways that I through line everything. And so when I'm thinking about the media I love and the media I consume and what I think my players will enjoy the most, I pick and choose, and only things that I think will fit that survival theme go in terms of what I'm going to include. Yeah, I think that's an essential thing. We could talk about that for 3 days and still not have a full download. We've done panels about that sort of thing, and it's always a relishing topic because I know that it's easy to be like, I want to do everything. Subtract, distill, compact. Choose only the quintessential things that will truly, truly, truly emphasize the story that you're trying to tell.
May I ask a question?
You just did.
Eldritch Smite reads, once per turn, when you hit a creature with your packed weapon, you can expend a packed magic spell slot to deal an extra 1d8 force damage, plus another 1d8 per level of the spell slot. So for me, that's just 6d8.
Because you're always maxed.
That is correct.
Yeah.
That's fucking insane.
Yeah. But it uses a spell slot, which on a warlock is a big
Worth.
deal. Yeah.
I mean, given the right scenario.
Echoes with
Worth.
100.
Echoes.
Oh, to keep the hype train alive. Thank you.
Twice.
Echoes.
And
That's
only
twice in like 5 minutes.
I think.
We're only
Three
yeah,
times?
I think so. We're only 43 subs away from level 14.
Thank you.
Echoes, you spoil us so much.
40
Thank you.
Everyone has been so
Unbelievable.
generous.
Thank you.
But thank you.
Oh my god.
That is outrageous.
And thank you, Fireflower for 1, JD Peck for 1, Kooky with 5,
Fireflower for
Candy,
5. Thank you, Fireflower for 5.
Fireflower for 5, sorry. Candy Kitsune for 1,000. Echoes in the Dark, I got 100. Calamity Coyote for 1. Candy Kitsune for
That's a dread.
JD Peck with a sub. 10 from Lady Deathstrike. 5 from Little Dogster. 10 from Candy Kitsune. Kyle's Demon for 5. We got a Dread from Lover's Rose. Cobalt Boot Blue Water with 900 bits. 500 bits from Callie Bat. Corvier with 5 gifted subs. Thank you. $20 super chat from Chris Lilly.
Thank
Stop
you.
me if we've gotten these.
I don't think so.
600 bits from Lulz with Mao. We got 300 from Dum Ba Dum Dum. Calamity Coyote with a gifted sub. Candy Kitsune with 2,000 bits.
Thank
Echoes
you.
in the Dark again, 100 bits. Thank you.
Thank you.
Venetus 1,000 bits. Pyromaniac 1,000 bits. The Great Gatsby. Gabsby, that's very
Gatsby,
funny,
yeah.
with a gifted sub. We got a raid from Panda Rya, or Raya. 500 bits from Pale Ale Ventus with 2,000 bits. 200 from the other
Thank
race.
you. Thank you, thank you.
$30 super chat from Liam Dell over on YouTube.
Thank you.
We got and I think we're caught up. Thank you,
Thank you so
everyone.
much.
Thank you
Big B,
so much, everybody.
5 gifted subs.
Unbelievable.
Thank you. Very kind.
Can I also just say,
37 subs away from the next level. Thank you.
in the 2024 rules,
Yeah.
I'm allowed to prepare 5 additional spells.
Yes.
For where I'm at. And
It
by
was
the
bullshit in 2014.
by the virtue of being a draconic sorcerer,
Yeah.
I suddenly have like 7 spells already always prepared.
Yeah.
It's like
So you have like
I've just gained like
12
12 new spells
Yeah.
out
Yeah.
of nowhere.
That's like they're just
Amazing.
like, here's 3 extra Eldritch Invocations.
And
Have fun.
you should be
fucked
able to
up.
still add our custom stuff.
Well, I have to join the campaign again because I'm not. Because
Oh.
I champ from the old account. So
How
I'm
do I do
rejoin
that?
The campaign,
Can I
but
do that?
With me?
I think I have to like. I
Send
might
me
have to
send me your
grab
shit.
I don't
Those
know.
folks?
I got it all split up, but hang on. Let me do it like this.
Also, your last message, yes. I've been very tempted to make that my PFP for about a week now.
Oh, dude. 100%.
Gifted sub from Cash Striker. We have Skywalker with a gifted sub. We have Enderbrine 63.
Enderbrine?
2 gifted subs. 500 bits from Mike from Gur, or maybe that's Germany. Mike from Gur.
I don't. I didn't get anything.
Oh.
Is this me?
Sorry.
Oh, you're good. You're good.
Is this
Derek didn't get anything.
chicken bowl?
I'm gonna
Chicken bowl.
Chicken bowl.
Chicken bowl.
Hail it, bro.
We're gonna suck this food down.
The spells that come as just like always prepared are wild too.
Yeah.
What the?
We're
heck?
still level 9, so we're not doing any de-leveling
No.
in this campaign.
Nope.
And we won't be doing any reboots of any campaigns for the rest of time.
Yeah.
I swear.
Promise.
5,000 bits from Danny Minecraft.
How's the Minecraft movie, folks?
Everybody's saying that it's.
Minecraft movie out?
Oh,
Yeah.
is that-
Everybody's
That's
saying
today,
very
technically.
mixed things, like it's good or it's so bad it's good. Or
I'm
it's like,
dying to see it.
Keep in mind it's a kids' film, like you'll
dying to
enjoy
see
it. So we'll see. I've seen a lot of mixed things.
This made me
Oh,
think I had to look
Gentech,
up when
not
the-
Germany. It looks like Gur over here.
I had to look up when the new.
Oh
Superman
my
movie's
God.
coming out.
There's apparently a ton of fucking.
Belarusar.
Hey!
50 gifted subs. Holy shit.
What the heck?
Again, thank you, Danny Minecraft. 5,000 bits. We're approaching level 15. 66
Belarusar.
subs remain for level 15. 66 subs. Is there any sauces? For that price, you think they give you 3 sauces? Anybody else want sauces?
I'm good at the moment.
We're gonna mukbang here, as is our hallmark.
Whatever.
Oh, July 11th, 2025.
If you're just joining us, you'd be a huge help if you go to our YouTube channel, or if you're on YouTube, go to our shorts, and go watch the short we posted today featuring Wygor,
And comment on it.
and comment on it. Watch the whole thing several times. Share with your friends, anyone who likes D&D or funny stuff. It's a huge help to us. I think it's one of our best shorts we've ever done. Shutru begged to animate it, and you can tell it was animated with love.
I sent you the thing, Nate.
Huh?
Check out your Court of Dis.
Oh. Oh, cool. Thank you.
Chicken Jockey.
Court of the Dissendees.
So, is it a fun movie? Is it a good movie? Is it a bad movie?
I think people are saying that
very
it's fun.
Stupid movie, and
It's probably very bad, but I'm sure it's fun.
Yeah.
Again, if you keep in mind that it's for kids, like, it's apparently fun.
Almost away.
Judge JJ, do you recommend people watch the streams even if they've not caught up? It's up to you. How do you feel about spoilers? Some of them you don't really need context. Like, you don't need context for 13 Beers.
Or uprooted.
Even though it's technically, a sequel. Things like Icebound and such are more spoilery.
Yeah.
Okay, this doesn't make sense. Magical Cunning. Once per long rest, you can perform an esoteric rite for 1 minute, regaining up to 1 expended pack magic spell slot. But it's a long rest.
Wait, say it again?
Once per long rest, you can perform an esoteric rite for 1 minute, regaining up to 1 expended packed magic spell slot.
Yeah.
But I'm taking a long rest.
No, in a minute, in 1 minute, you regain a spell slot, an expended spell
Oh.
slot, and then you get that ability back.
It's
with
not
your
saying
long rest.
during a long rest.
No.
That would be
It takes you
fucking...
60
get it back
seconds
up
to
now.
recover that spell slot. You
That's
you
just
do
like
that
arcane recovery.
once. You can
It's
do that
basically
once
arcane
every
recovery.
long rest.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's actually very good. I was about to be like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
I better be
It's
getting
better
this
than
back.
arcane
I
recovery.
better be getting this back every long
This is a
rest.
great fucking question.
1 minute?
Lily's gone.
It's an hour.
Asks,
recovery an hour?
out of all of the amazing Adventures duos, which
That's
one do you
right.
think would do best in the Amazing Race?
Oh. Wow.
You know, I was just gonna.
I don't think it's even close.
Brains and brawn.
Yeah. Is there anyone?
They're freaked
Rhett and Pike.
Rhett and Pike would get close, but they would get frustrated. And it's like, what is this shit? Like they would be so like over it.
Why aren't we just catching bad guys, you know?
Well, yeah.
Felix and Toa are freak the mighty.
Amazing Race.
Felix would geek out about the puzzles in a way that I don't think Rhett would understand. So his high int would not be as applicable to an Amazing Race.
It's different
We have
intelligence.
45 seconds.
what do you think about
40 seconds to keep the hype train going, folks. Coming to level 15.
Gricko and Frost?
10,000?
Oh, Gricko's pretty good at riddles, actually.
I think Gricko and Frost stand.
Thank you, Echoes. Thank you.
I think Gricko and Frost
10,000
is a pretty
bits.
compelling
Whoa.
answer.
Holy shit, we have 35
Holy
subs away, or
smokes.
17,000 bits. 35
Derek, you got
subs
another
away.
dread. You got at least 2.
Good God.
All I need
Golly.
is 4.
Can
That's
we
a
hit it?
nightmare.
Can we keep it rolling? 35 subs or 17,000 bits?
What other duos are there?
Getting the crummy, but
Oh
I don't
my
think
God.
they do very well.
Echoes in the dark.
Oh, good
50
Lord.
gifted. Echoes, you're amazing.
Just an absolute lordess.
Echoes,
Unreal.
Echoes is the
Thank you so much.
is the hype train conductor.
That's right. That's right. And no tickets.
Is the
He's a double conductor.
Yeah.
Echoes is a double conductor.
That's very funny.
Oh, that is very funny.
I think Toa
that's out of
and,
control.
and Felix is objectively the right answer.
Yeah, probably.
I'm trying to make sure I'm thinking of all the duos.
I think Gricko and Frost would give them a surprise run for the
Yeah,
money.
Gricko and Frost
because
I think-
Gricko is good at puzzles, surprisingly.
Yeah,
riddles.
and Frost is also just extremely intelligent. You know, so they'd be like, "Well, how many
got a
home
good answer.
runs did Babe Ruth hit?" And Frost would be like, "Oh,
No,
of
we
course,
would be the hare. In Tortoise and the Hare, we would make it to the finish line, and then Gricko would get distracted somehow.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
I would.
yeah.
Love
And we would never make it past the finish
That's
line after
very-
that.
Another great duo that would go far but wouldn't win. Shep and Sarnax. Where
They'd be okay.
they'd see some success and something would happen that would derail them along the way.
Yep.
In a hilarious fashion.
Great question though. You know, I never used to watch The Amazing Race. I know it was like a big deal.
No,
for a lot
I
of people
only
to
saw
talk
it once or
about.
twice.
I actually have to say, Casey started watching it, and of all
is it still going?
like, well, she was watching like all these like old. Started watching
got it.
Survivor.
Yeah.
Started watching Amazing.
I was
Race.
always a Survivor guy.
And yeah, I like all the like real intense like social back and forth in Survivor always stresses me out. But Amazing Race is just kind of like a fun time, you know? It's like everybody's doing these challenges. They're all kind of like wacky fun. They're all
Yeah.
you know. It's like DC Puzzle Hunt, you know, but on TV. And so that was always kind of fun for me to watch.
My dad always wanted to do the Amazing Race with me.
Yeah. Oh, that would have been very cool.
My dad tried out for Survivor many, many years in a row.
I bet he would have done really well.
Because they would come to Atlantic City
Oh,
and they would
man.
do tryouts there. And his thing is every year he was like, I'm like one of the fittest old guys you'll ever get on the show. Like, just like put me in there. Like, I'll be your villain. I don't care. Like, I'll play the heel. I'll do anything for $1 million except like hurt my kids, you know,
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
you know, like put me in there. And he never got selected.
Damn.
Yeah.
It's a whole process.
Yeah.
One of the Survivor people is he's not a kid, but we used to babysit him. He was our next door neighbor. We babysat him, and his whole thing was, I want to be on Survivor, and he eventually made it.
That's so crazy.
And he did very well. I think he was the last two. I think he got second place.
That's
Damn,
crazy.
Second place, yeah.
So he probably still got like a ton of money. I think
know.
they get something.
Yeah, I think he did well. And I think he goes all like the Survivor cons. Like, you know, there's a bunch of
Yeah.
appearances that they do. So I think it
Yeah.
sets you up pretty well.
Well, they also like. I mean, if you do that kind of one, people like you. I feel like you get invited back to like there's seasons where it's like hero and villain season. They
Yeah.
bring them back, and they're like alumni season, and they bring people back. And
Yeah, I mean, his whole thing was Survivor, and he like worked for it and worked and worked and worked and
he
worked,
got
and
it.
he got it.
damn, that's awesome.
Emily in Redcoat, Richie mentioned he wasn't expecting Yorner to be so beloved by fans. What about him do you think is so appealing to fans? And what do you think why do you think you want to be a favorite?
I have a theory.
I mean, it's obvious why he would be a favorite.
Yeah.
What's your theory, Derek?
I think that Yorner's quiet confidence and extremely strong philosophy is essential to, like, people, you can get him and you can love that or you can walk away. And so the not polarization of that, but those things mean it's like that creates a magnetism that I think resonates with a lot of people.
Interesting.
I think that's fair. I think that's a good point. The level of certainty is comforting,
Right.
Yeah.
I think, in a good way.
He knows what he's about. He rejects things. He just sheds everything else away. He's extremely single-minded about that, and I think that's attractive.
I think that's probably part of it. I think a big part of it probably big furry guy makes me go burr. Is probably one of my.
That's one way to put it.
Big fuzzy guy makes me go burr. But I think that it's the you can depend on him.
Yeah. I don't know. I think also, like, and I feel like we call this out, like, probably every other episode, maybe, like, every 3 episodes, but I feel like Richie's used the kit to kind of, like, phenomenal Yornir effect. You know what I mean? Where I feel like a lot of times you've been able to do some really cool, like, thematic kind of, like, Odin druidic stuff.
Oh, fuck
that
yeah.
You've really used the mechanics of this character to just blow up the theme that you lean into.
Thanks for the hype
to
train
incredible
support.
effect, and I think to a certain degree that not everybody does, you know.
Level
Thank you.
15, everybody.
15.
Oh,
No,
It said 16, 20%.
yeah, that means
That's-
we're 23
it
away.
closed down. Oh,
Yeah.
That is
nice.
so confusing.
I know, right?
So 15
This
twists.
is very confusing.
We have 15 twists.
15 twists. Is this erasable?
What I think is interesting too, and kind of plays into the conversation we're having about Yornir, is that I was really struggling to find comments for the YouTube intro that didn't involve everybody saying that we make just
chicken
terrible
bone.
decisions,
Oh.
and that like we are making awful decisions in this campaign.
That's true.
And I was like, well, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that at all.
No.
And one of them is actually one I'm going to read tonight about becoming like murder hobos. But it's like, I think that this is one of our most like middle of the road, like we're just doing what we have to do to survive, like morality, like,
Yeah.
and people think that we're like repugnant
This
because
is
of the decisions we have to make.
definitely our most.
It's just fascinating. It's fascinating.
This is definitely our most like philosophically what is right campaign I've ever been a part of. At least.
Yeah.
Where we're kind of all heading in the same direction, but we don't necessarily all, we're running in kind of parallel lines as opposed to exactly overlap.
I think we're making great decisions. I don't have the same knowledge that Derek has, but I think we're doing what we can to just like make it to the next day
Yeah.
and like try to.
I think we're making the decisions we have to make to survive.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of like.
That person wants us to make decisions that heroes would make.
Yeah,
Right. Exactly.
And that's what that comment's about. Is
Tai
that,
Shen didn't fuck the ghost?
How could you?
This is bullshit.
How could you?
We're almost done eating here, folks.
And that's what I've realized. I think a lot of people, they care enough, and I love that. And I think it's a testament to our characters, where they love the characters so much, they project themselves onto the characters.
Right.
So they're hoping and wanting the characters to make the decisions that they would make.
If we made heroic decisions in this campaign, we'd be dead.
Yeah.
We'd be fucking
We'd be
dead.
Ned Stark.
I think
Yeah.
if we were
Yeah,
making
that's a very cool thing to say. We'd be Ned Stark.
Yep.
We'd literally
Yep.
be the hero Ned Stark atop the
we'd
wall.
be trusting fucking Littlefinger.
Yeah.
Or head on a pike.
Yeah.
And
Damn.
I think that if we were making the decisions that the folks at home themselves would be making, I think that we would be playing our characters poorly.
I agree. It'd be a very different campaign.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's okay.
I'm very happy, I will say, with the decisions that y'all make.
Oh, it's about to get better. I can't wait. I'm very excited for the next few episodes, is all I'm going to say.
If you want, I know that it sucks to have to hear this, but if you want a heroic campaign where the heroes make all the heroic decisions, watch any of the campaigns that I DM. I know that's hard to hear. I know it's very hard to hear.
Yeah.
Any of the campaigns
Keep it
that
up,
I
Mike.
DM,
They're not doing it.
I know.
Keep it up, Mike.
Any of the campaigns that I DM is giving you exactly what you want.
Yeah.
Every time.
That's very funny.
Every time. I know you have to watch me DM. That's a little hard. A lot of ums, a lot of ahs, a lot of my
Tune
right
into
arm tech.
Uprooted,
My
where we
weird-
make all
my
the
weird arm
heroic
tech.
decisions.
You know, I'm sorry about that, but
We just met this community, but let's risk our lives saving all of them right now. Our lives. We could die. But
that
you
some
know
Battle
what?
for Azeroth
It's
music?
the
What?
right thing to do.
Do we make heroic decisions in Edge of Midnight? Like up through?
We could make. we could be less heroic. We could be less.
I
heroic.
think we kind of do.
We
Like
try.
up to what I know of.
I think it's a coin flip.
I think.
It's right on the line.
I think we sometimes we do, sometimes we don't.
if you look at it objectively, like from a third-party perspective, William Van Runt, like, you can understand his perspective.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I feel like Yorgrim says that kind of in
Yeah.
the final confrontation with them. You know, is you're a byproduct of your town. Like your town like uplifted you. That's not your fault. You know?
So you're Billy the bitch.
Yeah. Oh, he said a couple of things. Yeah. I mean, he said more than one thing. You know what I mean? He also blinded and poisoned me in the fight. I gave him a chance to be a good guy, Andy. Ugh.
Yeah, we cheated first.
And run! Well,
But you can understand, a bunch of monsters show up, and suddenly everything starts going horribly wrong.
yeah.
You know, we got what's her name killed. Keziah Jenkins.
Yeah, we did. We fucked that up. We fucked up a lot of things.
The Moore family. If y'all can go back and save any NPC from this campaign so far, who would you save and why? I feel like we saved most of the NPCs.
If
Honey.
I think Honey is the objective answer. She was the only
Yeah.
one.
I wouldn't have saved any of the crew.
No, I think I would have saved Roland.
Would we not save them from turning into cannibalism?
If I can only pick one, I'm not picking any of them.
Oh, pick one.
Pick one.
Pick
Yeah, I'm
one
not,
to
I'm not
save.
picking any of the crew.
I'm picking Honey over Roland, unfortunately.
Yeah, me too.
Save the cat.
That's very funny.
Fiesta. If I can save Fiesta,
Yeah.
I'll save Fiesta.
Yeah,
Is that the cat?
we're saving
That's
Fiesta.
very.
I
funny.
think I could have eaten one more empanada, but I'm glad I didn't.
I should have gotten an
Because
empanada.
I would be
I
here
like
like
you
this.
put
I'd be
that
like,
ball away, man.
I'd be here like.
How many do
What-
you have?
The
No,
Yuca's
I'm actually not.
great,
I'm not.
man.
I'm not a big Yuka guy.
Did you have two or
Oh,
three?
okay.
I had one
like
empanada
two
and
pieces
one
you
bowl
got.
of rice.
You got him.
Okay.
He's got him.
Let me just look at it. Yeah, I'm not. I don't think I'm a Yuka guy.
It's really-
I don't.
it's really good.
Pollo does some
I
really.
just
Don
not-
Pollo
it's not
does
flipping.
some
I
really
know,
like
I got you.
crispy, fluffy on the inside.
If I wasn't full, I'd try it. I don't know if I
a
like
bite,
it.
man.
Nah,
Take a
I don't.
bite.
I don't. I'm, what if it kills me?
You're a big tough guy, Andy. It's not gonna kill you. You're a big tough guy, all right? Nothing hurt you.
Dude, after this quesadillas, I was like, I'm gonna die.
I'm gonna say, I feel like there's a
Muscle
spell
those down.
there's a spell I've been given here that I really want to cast, and I just feel like I'm never gonna be allowed.
Oh,
to
I
use it.
should check my spells to make sure that everything is good.
My 5th level spell list went from like 3 spells to like 12.
Oh yeah, I don't have
It's-
any.
It's
any.
like
So you don't have enough spell slots.
Ah, fuck.
I
yeah,
know, I
it
don't
did.
have
I have
enough
to
spell
re-prepare
slots.
all of my spells. It
I
took
wish.
none
Yeah,
of them.
I opened them side by side.
Are
I
you
had
in
to
the
copy it
campaign?
over.
I need to send you the thing.
No, it's exactly my same character.
No. Oh, so you still have.
All I
access
did was
'cause you're-
remove my class and re-add it.
Then
So
you have access-
everything
you
is
have access
exactly
to
the same.
spells
Okay.
because
I didn't
you're in
lose
the
any of my
campaign.
notes. I didn't lose any of my special magic items. I have
Your
all of that.
inventory, blah,
Yep.
blah, blah. Okay.
I
It's just the
copied
fucking
mine
class shit.
and then removed the class and added it
Yeah.
so I could see it side
No,
by
I mean that's
side.
smart.
That's
I
all
wrote it
did.
all down like a.
I
James
wrote it
said-
down too. I was just too nervous.
Yeah.
You know?
Jameson the Immortal Ho. Great name. Hello. I'm heading to Chicago in a few months with my partner. Have you guys ever been before? Yes.
No.
If so,
Not
what
Chicago.
activities or places to visit do you guys recommend? I know that Chicago gets a lot of gruff. I love visiting Chicago. I think it's one of the most beautiful skylines in America. The architecture is amazing, and so I'll give you 2 options. Number 1, even if you do not drink alcohol, go to 3 Dots and a Dash. It is an amazing tiki bar. Oh, man. I went in 2022. 3 Dots and a Dash. I was sober. I went with a client back when I had my day job.
I've not been. I'll
Client
be
took
back.
me out there for drinks after we were working all day, and we had an amazing time. And the atmosphere is fucking unbeatable. The number of drinks, like, I mean, you could get absolutely blind drunk 10 times over and still not run out of drink options. So 3 Dots and a Dash,
That's
and
dangerous.
then Also, an underrated option, I think the river architecture tour, the boat architecture tour is very fun. So you get on a boat and you go and you look at all the buildings and they talk about it.
I have 2. The Shed Aquarium. It's a lot of fun.
I should have said that.
Great aquarium. They have belugas. They have sea otters. So
Wow.
those are 2 kind of you don't see every day.
Yeah.
It's a really solid. They have some penguins. Really solid aquarium. And then this is sort of a weird dark horse, but I don't know if this is even still around. Maybe it's not. Probably not. They had a Hamilton Museum.
Yeah.
If you're into the musical Hamilton,
Oh.
that Mike and I went to, and it was really, really. I thought it was awesome.
Yeah, it was great.
Great experience if you're a fan of the music.
Whoa! I'm taking Witch Bolt.
Oh.
Because I fucking want to cast that shit.
You saw Witch Bolt.
I want to
Yeah,
cast that
that-
shit.
And
Oh,
general,
yeah, this fucking
the
rocks.
food is amazing. Candy Kitsune says, y'all, I'm Simon from chat. Visit the Atlanta Aquarium. I was in Atlanta for like 7 days for a convention, and I meant to go to the aquarium every day, but I was just too busy. And I was so upset. I was so upset that I didn't get to go. But next time I'm in Atlanta, I plan on eventually visiting. I'm gonna go. I'm a big fan of aquariums. They're very, very fun.
I think I had Misty Step. Shadow Blade. Ugh. I need to make sure I have all my
Ooh.
Icebound spells.
Casey
with me.
Doomtime has a great question.
I don't see them.
Out of all of your characters, which one would have the coolest looking limit break, finisher, ultimate, super?
Oh,
And
damn.
if forced to, which of your campaigns would you add to that sort of mechanic to?
Oh, fuck.
Stardust
Oh.
Rhapsody.
Say that again.
Who would have the coolest ultimate, super, limit break, finisher? Who would have the coolest, and which campaign would you add it to?
Oh my god.
Well,
yeah,
I think
Stardust Rhapsody is hard.
Those are 2 different questions.
Yeah.
I would add it to Stardust Rhapsody, hands down. It fits kind of the
because it
theme.
would fit so well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But in terms of who would have the coolest, I mean, the world's your oyster there.
Jericho's the coolest side of the course.
I was gonna say, for me, I don't have a Stardust Rhapsody character, which is
Oh,
a
yeah.
crime.
Sorry, Mace.
I know. Sometimes I see all this stuff coming through. I'm just
That's
like,
how I feel about Wafra Up, man.
motherfucker. Yeah, like
Brutal.
motherfucker. Nothing for me. But I think Gideon. I think Gideon would have the coolest fucking. I think he would go like overclock mode. Steam would be blasting everywhere. Like flames would be like igniting in the. You know, I see it so like fucking cool in my head. I think he would have an unbelievable kind of like overdrive.
No, I don't have
limit
the
break.
Icebound spells.
I think Kremmy would be cool
I don't know
too,
why.
right?
Yeah,
With this sort
I
of
think Kremmy-
dread form.
The
Um,
dual fire and shadow harmonic,
Oh, yeah,
like
dark and
limit,
light, yeah.
like limit break overdrive.
Yeah,
would be-
Marius and Lethe don't have shit on
Oh,
us.
they don't have
Yeah,
shit on us,
Not even
bro.
fucking close.
Ah!
Dawn and Night, get that shit out of here.
Yeah, let's talk about fire and shadow.
Fire and
okay?
shadow.
Dawn and night.
Oh,
Lame.
dude. Duo fucking ultimates. That's
levels
so
are here.
cool.
Like
Dangerous.
like
Not even
resonance.
close.
Yeah, like it's the classic Vivian Steiner, man. The classic
Oh.
Vivian Steiner.
My
I
answer
think-
is Azran. Clayton Azran.
Oh, yeah.
And I can't say why,
Yeah.
unless you've seen Prime.
Don't elaborate. Oh, Prime.
Watch
Oh.
Prime.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You're probably not there yet.
Watch Prime.
Yeah,
It's like the last episode.
That's
definitely
just the
best.
coolest one.
Oh yeah,
That's
I
just-
watched
And
Prime
you
up
need to give me a
until.
list of which ones you remember having.
And then there was a
Can you
point
give the list?
where you hadn't like you were still doing all the editing at that point.
Yeah.
And you hadn't
because the
released
classes are warlock
any
legacy.
more. Like it was kind of like a backlog, and I
I know I
caught
had
all
an
the way
idea.
up. And then whenever you started again, I didn't like continue from that point. I was watching other stuff.
Is it easier to go from the beginning?
So the only people that will know what I'm talking about is if you've seen Curse of Shadanya and all the way to episode 90
Hound.
of Prime.
90 or 90?
90.
90. I mean, Sarnax would obviously also have a really cool one. Sarnax and Jericho would be the coolest supers.
I think I had
In Beneath Dark Wings, I think Iris would
Yeah,
have a
you've
fucking
used it.
amazing
You
suit.
just walked it back.
Oh, dude.
I'm not going through the parties.
Iris would have a crazy
Iris
super.
for sure would be the coolest in Beneath Dark
Oh, I
Wings.
had
Edge of Midnight.
Throb, right? Because
Throbbing bones. Yep.
I think Yorgrim would have the fucking coolest. No, Jericho.
Oh, Jericho.
But
I mean,
Jorgrim could have
Jorgrim could have a fucking
the
phenomenal.
fucking harrowing shows up.
I
fucking
literally.
Read the Crooked Moon.
Literally.
If you just want to see Jorgrim's final smash.
Suddenly, like, you know, the mists kind of roll over. You're like, what the fuck's going on? And then you see the silhouette. Like, oh my god. Just literally Viego. I mean,
Yeah, no,
Yeah, no, it
literally.
would literally be the heroine.
yeah,
it would
it
literally
would actually be, yeah.
Well,
Bilgewater's fucked.
I'm getting like chills thinking about it.
Yeah, I
Like,
mean-
can we make this game?
I've always said.
Did you see the name
No,
of
no,
the battle
I
against
will
King
go
Reaper? I
here
threw that in for you. It's called the Heroine.
I will.
I wrote that chapter for Mace.
Yeah. Farron would be really if we went full Gorthos.
Oh, so I'm talking. So yeah, pre metamorphosis, Marius, whatever. I think post metamorphosis, it says like Ramonia, do whatever, and then it would be the fucking lines,
yeah.
the crisscrossing
Oh,
blood
yeah.
sword
From Denny?
lines
Yeah.
from Denny.
Oh, yeah,
that
yeah.
would be so fucking.
Or
good.
even fucking, Alucard.
Your
like,
hubris has
just
amassed
go- yeah.
a debt you cannot
And
repay.
he would do this, and his sword would split.
Oh, that's a cool thing to
Yeah.
say.
His
What the hell?
Duchess, draw blood.
Yes. And
Eviscerate.
Duchess would literally
Spill their
split
blood.
into like dozens of blood copies,
Yeah.
and then lines across the ground, and then he would fucking shish kebab you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's cool as fuck.
That is cool as fuck.
I've always said that I think it is just it's like obvious that if everyone was like ranked up to level 20 and narratively got the power from the
Alright, look for
source
them
they're
again
actually
now
like
after a
fueled
refresh.
by, it's
Thank you.
not even close. Edge of Midnight would be the strongest party. Because they're
Yes.
all
Yeah.
fueled by like gods,
If-
like
so
literal
it's kind of
Dark
like-
entities and
Yeah,
shit.
when you
Yeah.
when people rank the Smash characters based on lore, Kirby's obviously the most powerful, and then it's like Ganondorf.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like it's if you
Principality.
yeah if you ranked it by lore, Edge of Midnight wipes
Yeah.
every other party.
Yeah.
I was gonna say Briggsy would have the lamest, but if you do
don't think it's true.
the spell from the lore of the drowned
Yep.
in Total War Warhammer,
Yep, I was
which is what the undead pirates use. Basically, if like a giant like voodoo ship arose with his undead crew and they fire these cursed cannonballs.
with cursed cannonballs. Yeah.
They're forever debt to the last king of not Harrenhal.
Yeah.
Whatever. The Lord of the Rings thing.
Oh,
Where they're all the ghost
all the
ship is all
ghosts.
indebted
Oh,
to
yeah, the
Aragorn.
last-
the dead men of
And then-
the dead men
Dun-
of
Dunharrow.
Dunharrow.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh man.
bro.
That'd be fucking
Edge of Midnight is on hiatus. Season
Yeah.
2 has ended,
Season 2's ended.
so we've done 2
Season
seasons.
3 will be coming back, and we're gonna make sure that we give it a time. But we've only just gotten back to Witchlight, Stardust, and Icebound.
I think
clip.
it's safe to say it'll probably come back either end of this year or beginning of next.
Yes. Yep.
You know.
End of next year or beginning of next. Yep.
Correct. 100%.
I think that's correct. Yeah, I think. Any of my other
And one thing I want to say, if hearing Andy do Marius's voice makes you squeal, for the dozens of you in chat, stay tuned for our next single. Coming April
Can we talk
18th.
about that,
I was like, what the fuck are you talking about?
We haven't started announcements yet.
bro?
No, we haven't.
Oh, let's start.
Okay.
Oh.
I'll finish my
As soon as,
spells.
no, as
I'm
soon as you're
done.
done. As soon as
I'm
you're
done.
done.
I'm done eating. I'm good. I'm
done.
I'll worry about my spells when we start playing. All right, let's knock
Thank
this
you for
out.
listening.
Can I pass that to you?
Bearing with us.
Let's knock this out.
Oh! Bearing.
Yeah.
We are Legends of Adventures, and as always, this is a mature stream.
That's right.
If you'd like to support the stream, got a few different ways you can do that. Number one, we have a merch shop. Go to legendsadventures.com/shop. Adventures.com/shop. And go check out all the awesome stuff we've got. What I will say is that we have something cool coming in a few weeks. And I don't want to spoil what it is.
Yeah, we're not gonna spoil it.
But it will coincide, hopefully, with the return of Once Upon a Witchlight on April 23rd,
Tentatively.
the 423. So make sure you come check out the return of Witchlight because we got a lot of really cool stuff coming and potentially some new merch, something or other to check out.
Very fun stuff.
Is what I'll say.
Very quickly, thank you, Anonymous Gifter.
Anonymous
25
Gifter,
Oh,
subs.
thanks so much.
Oh, thank
25
you.
subs, thanks.
One of the best ways that you can support us is becoming a patron over on Patreon because you get a lot of really awesome stuff in
a lot
return.
of good stuff over there.
You can ask us questions during any stream session, like tonight. You can go check out the most recent posts on our Patreon. And if you are the Golden Monkey or higher, you can ask us questions during our break. That's where we've been reading all these questions from.
I am
You
the
get
Golden Monkey.
you get access to unedited episodes of our sessions, including Adventures and Chill. You get access to 2 exclusive campaigns: Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay and Shroud of Salt Marsh, which is DM'd by Mike. You can only watch them on Patreon. Plus Hangouts, movie night, a book club, and so much more. For important Patreon dates, we got the Diamond Scarab Plus Studio Hangout coming out on the Sunday the 13th. The Diamond Scarab Plus Movie Night is Sunday the 27th. I believe we're watching Pride and Prejudice. Is that correct?
Yeah.
That's right.
And then, of course,
Quick question.
Yeah, of course.
Derek, are you adding the spells to the new version of the
I'm
class?
doing
list?
every
he's
spell
trying
right
to.
now.
Okay, I was about to start. I figured that's what you might be doing. Continue.
that's what I was
Thank you, Derek.
working with him.
all
We like
you
to
do.
we like to give an extra special shout out to our Sapphire Eagle tier patrons and higher. We absolutely love everybody who watches our stuff. All the amazing gifted bits and subs.
You
and
guys are
unbelievable hype train
Jinx.
support.
Couldn't do it without you.
But we got to give an extra special shout out to our
Extra
Sapphire
special.
Eagles who support us month in and month out. So, at the Sapphire Eagle tier, we have Aiskin Gold, Anna Mendez, Andrew
Gotta give
B,
it up.
Anna Lou D, Anubis,
Gotta give it
Ash,
up.
Atlas Incorporated, Added Ye
Gotta give
Batty,
it up.
Bagel the Raccoon, Barefoot Bug,
Gotta give it up.
Beautiful Doom, Big Ol' Possum, Brendan J,
give
Crane
it up.
Break, Cedar,
Ooh.
Clap Cloud,
Gotta give it
Cobalt
up.
B,
Crane Break
Connor
is a new
T,
one.
Cosmo Gyral,
Welcome.
Count Glamula,
Gotta give it up.
Coyote, Dana F, Death Hunter, Demonic
Gotta
Wolf,
give it up.
Emerald R, Flaming Blue Panda, Gale B, Ghost Girl Weeb,
give it up.
Ginryu Kaza, Homebrew Hound, Hope San, I'm Over It, Italian C, Just Playing Games, Caitlin, Callie P, Catherine C, KDW, Carrie K, Kess, Christina A, Ladybug Isabel, Lady Deathstrike, Lance C, Liz C, Lone Mad Cheetah, Mitty Cat, Mike R, Moon Goddesses, Mount D, Noctal, Nitro CR, Nosferatu, Note Does Art, Opal 42, Palo Meme, Patrick L, Riley Coyote, Robotic Rocket, Ryan KB, Riley C, Shrek, Shy Dude 1, Skittles, Snuggy, Soul, Soren S, Spartan Hats, Tony the Tigger, Val B, Velvet D, Victoria L, and Wishy Wassy.
Gotta give it up.
Gotta give it up.
At the Emerald Lion tier, we have AJB, Alexis Y, Anthony N, Balarisar,
Yeah!
Creeper of Minds,
Emerald
Echoes in the
Lions.
Dark, Fruit Loops, Jessica, Maddie Malice, McLovin, 1215, and North.
Thank you.
And at the Ruby Dinosaur tier, we
Let's
have
go,
Bread,
Dinos!
Ellipsa, Grumpy, Rocket Raccoon, Sloth with
Dinos!
ADHD, and Varys Knox. Thank you all so much. We also have Twist of Fate and Twist of Dread.
Thank you.
More information on that, exclamation point TOD and TOF. If you'd like to affect the game mechanically, you can do so by coming over and watching us on twitch.tv/Legends of Advance. Ice Knife. And donating bits, gifting subs, causing some sort of a hype train event. Or by donating 666 bits directly to our game master for the evening, who is Derek. Make sure you join our Discord. It's an awesome community we got going over there. For all of our socials, like the YouTube, the TikTok, the podcast, the Twitch, the Discord, all of that good stuff, go to checkoutourshit.com. For our upcoming schedule, we will not be playing Wuffer Up on Monday the 11th. It's not the 11th. The 7th.
Derek, I know that you're busy,
Yeah.
but when you get a chance, go to the fan art gallery, no chatting, and see what Cobalt Blue Water just posted.
We will not be playing
It's
Wuffer Up on
extremely
the
funny.
7th. Then
No.
we'll be back on Wednesday with another episode of 13 Beers at the Local Cheese. Then we've got some Patreon stuff coming up. Then we're back on the 14th with Wuffer Up. That Wednesday, we're playing the last episode of 13 Beers at the Local Cheese. Then the 19th is Stardust Rhapsody. And then we're back on Wednesday, April 23rd with Once Upon a Witchlight. That's the big news. So make sure you're here for Stardust on the 19th. Make sure you're here for Witchlight on the 23rd. Always a good time. Gonna be awesome.
I will say, I just what Cobalt posted was just
That's very funny.
very good.
Anyway.
I want to watch it with sound.
I
Yeah, me
think
too.
Surprise Pikachu Derek needs to be a profile.
He was so taken aback.
That looks extremely
He didn't know what
funny.
to do.
Oh, we definitely have to
I
pull that up
can't
on
wait to
stream,
hear
right?
that. We should
I
maybe
just
just play it
watch that shit.
on break.
On a
like
break.
mid-
Yeah,
Yeah,
mid-
we'll play it on a
break.
break.
That sounds good.
Just
Thank
see what
you.
it's all about.
13 Beers, if you're just joining us, this week has been amazing. Wuffer Up was unbelievable. I feel like Jasper's really coming into his own.
I'm bummed we're not playing Monday.
I think Kristoff. I'm finally kind of.
I feel like we're all
Kristoff's
really.
vibes.
I feel like I like Balto's whole thing, like flirting with older apothecary ladies. I like that. I like the vibe is very good, and then just 13 Beers is just a joy.
I
Every
love
time.
every fucking second.
Glad
of
you think
playing
so. We're gonna add more rules next Wednesday, so.
It really did well considering we had, what, 36 hours to prepare?
36
Not
hours,
even?
yeah.
it. Yeah, if that.
Special announcements. If you missed our Kickstarter campaign, you can still find it at thecrookedmoon.com. But that will only be on thecrookedmoon.com until June 1st.
June 1st, the URL will still work, but BackerKit will be closing down. You will lose access to all of our Kickstarter exclusives, the pins, the special coin with the all-in box.
Which looks...
The lower pricing, and, pricing is, on many items, is probably going to go up.
Yeah.
Especially with recent events
If
in the world.
you are familiar with recent events that may affect or destroy the tabletop industry, not to be dramatic.
We won't go into it.
We won't go into it.
Just
Prices will be going up.
And what we can say is we won't change prices for the rest of the BackerKit store. So lock in those prices today or
right.
before June 1st.
Yep.
Because this is your last chance to lock in these prices or to get the value boxes that include the Kickstarter exclusives. They will be going away forever. And the deluxe and the all-ins come in these beautiful, like almost jewelry box style, like with foiling on the top, I think. I can't remember if
I gotta say that the more that I become like, the more that like my role on the Crooked Moon becomes less and less. I'm like, there's all these amazing things happening still, of like packaging and all this stuff that's like, I'm not even aware of.
Product Town.
Yeah, the team's fucking crushing it. The team's fucking crushing it.
For other special, soon you'll be able to not only listen to our music on wherever you stream your music, but you'll be able to go to adventures.com/music.
That's right.
We just have to basically approve it, and that'll be live very, very soon. And then all of our singles will also live there, which is kind of cool.
Hopefully, like we can get things embedded where like you can just click a little nice embedded Spotify or Shopify. Spotify link. I always get those confused.
Not hopefully. You will be able to.
You will be able to. I haven't seen it, but apparently it's going well, is what I hear. And again, the single by Ramin Karimloo. Did we talk about that already?
We did not.
Oh.
We briefly touched on it.
Our next single releasing on the 18th of this month is Under Your Shadow, featuring Ramin Karimloo as the voice, as our Father Marius Renethir, the leader of the Crimson Monastery and the Crimson Faithful, who worships the Crimson Rose.
Oh, yeah.
Who's very, very much a god.
I also
not
worship
a
the
devil.
Crimson Rose.
Shit.
Anyway.
And you
Don't
can
threaten
read
me.
into who's he singing to, singing about.
You know.
Hard to say.
All I'm saying
knows?
is it's all
Hard to
about that
say.
Crimson Rose. We also haven't talked about this enough. We had 2 million subs on YouTube, which is kind of crazy.
Oh,
We
yeah.
didn't mention
We're
that on
already
stream?
I mentioned it.
We
on
talk
stream.
about it when it happened, but we haven't said it
No,
enough.
no. I've had it a part of the announcement for the last few weeks.
It's an amazing achievement.
see it's here.
And we feel so proud.
We're already a quarter of the way to 2.1.
I know, it's pretty crazy.
So it's pretty crazy.
What I'll say is I'm very excited to see where we go next. This one's kind of fun. We've been talking about how we're going to have a presence at Origins. As far as the people at this table go, it'll be me and Mace. Chris will also be there as part of the sales team, helping us run our
Let's go, Avenger sales
our
team.
very modest booth.
Kicking ass, Avenger sales team.
Mace and I are going to be doing a couple fan signings. So if you want to come get some stuff signed,
absolutely.
Mace and I are going to take
Rock
2
and
days
roll.
to do that.
Come on
An
down.
hour each day. We think it's not officially locked in stone, but we're planning on doing a couple signings, take some photos.
Yep.
You know, that'll be fun.
Yeah,
we're going to do a couple
fans.
panels about character creation.
That's awesome.
Is the plan. We're going to do an Adventurous Q&A with me and Mace and I will be doing an Adventurous Q&A.
Yeah.
Doing Adventurous and Chill live, kind of like we did at GaryCon.
Oh shit!
Yeah, hang out, answer any questions you might have.
Yeah,
live.
so it'll be fun to
Man.
it'll be fun to chill. But the important thing is that if you're thinking about going to Origins or you're on the fence, they've given us a code to get 30% off of your badge. It is Avantress 50 Origins, all one word. We will be, maybe we make a command or something. I don't know, because it's.
Oh, we should make a command.
That's why I had said like slide, just so that it's visible. But it's Avantress, the number 50 Origins,
We could do
all
it in the
together.
rolling chat
because
timer.
I
Yeah.
figured out what 50 was. It's the 50th anniversary of Origins.
That's correct.
What?
Wow,
I know,
this
isn't
year?
Isn't that crazy?
50?
Yeah, 50th.
Wow.
Yeah. Believe it
So
or not.
that's why 50 is randomly in our
No,
gift
Origins has
code.
been around for that long.
So if you want to get a reduced
crazy.
price badge and you want to come see us,
Just a little younger than Gen Con.
30% off.
For like
Avantress
5-10
50
years.
Origins and 30% off your badge. So I mean that's a pretty good fucking deal.
That's a great deal.
And by Chris, we don't mean Richie Chris like Angela.
No. I'm not being. No.
No, here's the thing. Chris,
Chris.
Sampson on the sales team.
Our sales director.
Awesome guy.
It's like 10 p.m. Mace and Andy are up on a stage, and they're like, maybe they have some whiskey, in their hands, and they're
God, can we
answering
do that?
questions.
fucking
Fans
go.
are cheering.
I'll bring a flag.
Smash cut to the studio. It's dark. Mike and I are sitting here. Mike's right there. I'm at the command
There's a single
center.
fluorescent bulb.
Derek's on Discord with us.
It's flickering. Yeah.
Our hair's greasy. We're at our computers typing, working. It's gonna be very glamorous. I can't wait though. to
The
hear how
three
it
of
goes.
us are gonna hold down.
We're gonna
We're gonna
have a
hold
good-
down
we're gonna
that
have a good
fort
time.
so good.
We're having
Oh,
a good time. We're gonna show up one day early, and this doesn't apply to anybody who's watching, but we're gonna show up one day early to do trade day.
That's right.
We're
Forgot
gonna
about
get to do some lightning talks, and we're gonna get to participate in some cool shit.
If you're a retailer, maybe one of you is.
Yeah.
And you're going
There
to
are
Origins,
retailers who watch us, so if you are a retailer,
go to Trade Day. Is it Trade Day? Is that what it's called?
I think so. Trade day.
Trade day.
I believe it's called trade day.
Yeah.
Go to Trade Day.
Yep.
And they'll be doing some presentations on the Crooked Moon.
Yeah, Opal, I said Chris seems like a top bloke from the interactions I've had. He's an absolute
a mensch.
wonderful human being.
Yeah.
He's very kind and sweet.
Excellent guy.
Yeah, so that's all I have for special announcements. If anybody else has any special announcements.
Again, go to our YouTube channel. Oh,
Lone ass all caps. I don't know. They gave it to me in camel case. I don't know if all caps will work or not. Try it. Worst case scenario, say this. We don't recognize this code, and then just do it in camel case.
there's-
Hopefully it's not case sensitive.
I don't think it would be. That seems insane. But Avantris 50 Origins, I believe, is the code. Triple check here.
Go ahead. I think I want to announce
go to our YouTube channel. Watch the most recent animated short, D&D animated for whom the bell tolls. Ellipsis, bell emoji, hashtag D&D, hashtag TTRPG, hashtag D&D 5e. Watch that on repeat. Share with everyone that you know. Leave a comment. That helps us tremendously. It already, for a 56-second short, it has 122% view percentage, which is bananas.
That's awesome.
Let's keep that going and keep that going up.
It's a phenomenal short.
We need
I told the story actually before I sat down.
Oh.
But it was one of the...
this is
I don't want to put you on the spot. I wanted you to tell the story, but I don't want to make you
I'm
uncomfortable.
happy. So
Yeah.
for, fans, hello, chat, hello to me, Mace.
This is Mace. Mace is here. He's on the table.
Hello, thank you for allowing me. I have a brother. His name's Jake. I love him.
Jake's a top lad.
Obviously, we've been doing this for quite a while. And Jake will often send me memes from D&D channels, things he finds funny.
That are not our channel.
And I've pointed out once or twice that hey, I'm talking. I've noticed a distinct pattern here that you never highlight any of our stuff. Like, you know that we also do exactly what you're sending me. Well, did you see this one? Like, what do you think? He's like, how about this though? How about this? I'm like, okay.
Look at
okay.
Bloom.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
This is
Okay,
brilliant,
sure.
but I like it.
Yes. Okay, I get where you're coming from. You wounded me in an irreparable way, but that's just par for the course. And anyway, so I'm at home tonight. My brother comes by. He's at my house right now. He's hanging out. And I'm getting ready, hand on the
If you're
door
watching,
handle.
Jake.
Yeah, Jake, if you're watching, you're
We
not
love you,
watching.
Jake.
I know you're not watching.
You're not.
But if
Based
you
on
are,
the story, there's no way.
I
Yeah, there's
guarantee
no way.
you're just
We love
watching
you,
a
Jake.
different D&D channel, but but so hand on the door handle, and I'm getting ready to head out. I got my backpack on, I got my Crocs ready, and he goes, "Hey," I'm like, "What's up, man? Hey, what's going on?" He's like, "You see this Wygor short?" I was like, "Are you talking about our Wygor?" I didn't want to get excited. I thought maybe
Or another
somebody else.
Wygor.
Yeah, maybe there's a different Wygor
We
out there.
created Wygor.
I was like, no. Like our thing? And he was like, this Taco Bell thing, really funny. and he's laughing, and it blew my, I was like, no fucking way!
It's
You watched
been
the short?
84 years.
Exactly! This is why I did it! This is why I did it!
You finally
Recognition
got
for my
him,
brother.
Wygor.
The only person
But, yeah.
who's blessing you
The
wanted.
last holdout, it finally, the recognition we've been
Validation.
fighting for. It was so fucking,
God.
so Jake, if you're out there, and everybody else, go check out this short, because if you hate us, like my brother, then this is the short that'll turn
This
you
will win you
around.
over, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it is so fucking hilarious.
Shooch had never. I get a message on Discord, and it's Shooch, and it's like he's Denmark. Yeah,
He's Danish.
he's Danish. Yeah, he's in Denmark, and so it's like in the middle of the night because it's other time zones, and he's like, I am begging you to let me animate this short because we have batches, and that had just relatively come out. I'm like, fucking go forth and prosper, my son. Do whatever you want.
I just updated 50 fucking spells.
Thank you.
Every
you.
single one of them for the spellcasters here. Not you,
Yeah,
Bob.
I'm gonna go through
refresh
them.
my character
I'm
sheet.
glad I don't have to make any extra work
You
for
should be able to either refresh and see them, or they already should be there.
Yeah.
But you should be able to have
I've
like.
refreshed a couple times. I haven't seen.
Oh,
the,
this
after
is
I joined
gross.
The campaign, I haven't seen the Icebound ones add back in yet.
Been waiting
It
for
should be
But
now.
this is the same shit that happened the first time I ever did. It took like an hour before they showed up. So
Try a refresh now.
all right, I'll check.
I'm taking ill fortune. That's fucking awesome.
One thing we didn't mention.
Thank you.
Oh, you wanted to announce something? Yeah, congratulations.
We recently returned to Stardust Rhapsody.
Stardust Rhapsody.
Yeah.
Our next session, it's rolling on the slides.
15 days from now.
19.
The 19th.
It's the 19th.
2 weeks and 1 day
Almost
today.
exactly 2 weeks from today.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
It's 2
Which
weeks
is
from
Mason and
tomorrow.
I have a
18th,
bagel
19th.
date on the 14th.
We're already
Buckle up,
locked in.
fuckers. Buckle
Yeah.
up. We got bagel day on
This
the
is
14th.
this is a new era. This is an era of bagels.
Yeah,
and that's going
it
to become
is.
extremely important as we watch May's movie.
Um,
But this is an era of bagels, which
It
means
really
that you're
is.
getting the most delicious content
Speaking
you've ever
of
had. in
Dr.
bagels.
Maze.
Yeah.
we have an important announcement that I think we should make, just to explain what's coming.
Yeah.
When we returned, we branded it as Season 2 of Stardust Rhapsody, episodes 15 and 16.
All right, no more lies after this one.
Yeah.
We gotta take it easy.
We need to come clean. I know that like the way that I'm saying this, it sounds like it's a joke. I'm dead fucking serious. This is
This
very
is also based on feedback as agreement
Yes.
from the fans. As
And
well.
so
Yep.
I just want to make it very, very clear that on this whenever the last time we played the finale, effectively, of Stardust Rhapsody as you know it. Episode 15 of Stardust Rhapsody Overture, Separate Ways.
Yep. Oh,
Then we played 2 new episodes
name though.
of effectively a new campaign, Stardust Rhapsody Anthem. So we're using subtitles to differentiate the two.
Yep.
They are new campaigns. You can watch Overture before you watch Anthem if you care to. But next session in 2 weeks we'll be playing not episodes 17 and 18. We'll be playing episodes 3 and 4
Yep.
of Stardust Rhapsody
Oh,
Anthem.
we almost used Overture for Prelude. That
We
was
did.
one of our
Yeah,
contending.
we
That's
talked
right.
about it, but we didn't do it there because it was already used for episode 1.
And so we'll rename.
Stardust.
We're gonna rename episode 1.
Yeah,
It was just
yeah,
too
yeah,
good
yeah.
not to use.
Yeah,
And so we're gonna rename episode 1 maybe to Asteroid Blues.
Oh,
That's
thinking.
very good.
very good.
That's
yeah.
very good.
Wow. Holy
that's a little on the
smokes.
It might be on the nose,
Holy
but it's
shit.
like
I
we
mean,
go to an asteroid.
Listen, everyone's
and
got an
sad
nose.
stuff happens.
First
Everyone's got a
episode of
nose.
Cowboy Bebop.
And the first episode of Stardust Rhapsody Overture.
That's really good. What are they gonna do?
I don't know.
They're all the way across the pond.
I don't know.
Their lawyers can't reach that
I'm not-
far.
I'm not
And
worried
this
about
is
that.
also
I'm not
this.
worried about
All
that.
of this, what we're doing right now, is not part of an elaborate ruse. To
No,
throw
no,
you
no.
off
No,
the
no,
fact
no,
of what's
no,
This is
actually
very true.
happening
This is very
in
true.
the campaign. This
Yeah.
is exactly true. Pike's not asleep. He's not recovering
Yeah,
anywhere.
also-
Just
yeah.
what we're doing is
Yeah.
the new world order,
Yeah.
as it were.
Yeah.
This is Stardust Brotherhood. Previously was
So,
just Stardust
03.
normal.
We have 3 subtitles. Prelude is a totally separate thing. It was 1 episode. You can ignore that.
It's not even half an episode. Oh, no, well,
I heard
yeah,
it was
yeah,
very
yeah.
good.
It was
Yeah.
fun. But the odds of us getting back to that anytime sooner
Never.
very low, or if not ever. So we have. We're gonna probably just make sure that people don't get confused. We'll shunt Prelude maybe into the one shots playlist on YouTube.
I think that's fair.
Yeah, I think it's fair.
And then we have Stardust Rhapsody Overture, which is the first 15 episodes. So the 14 episodes that were live, and then the basically
I
epilogue.
mean, what separate ways? What a great fucking title to end it on.
And then Stardust Rhapsody Anthem, which it will be the campaign for the foreseeable future.
Is episode 14 separate ways?
15 is.
15 will be.
15.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Wait, so is it? But 15 is also 1?
No. So basically, we played 15 and 16. The first 30 minutes are going to be episode 15.
I
Stardust
see.
Rhapsody.
I see.
And then the rest of what we played is going to be episode
Got
1
it.
and
So
2.
you cut that piece out and just paste it at the end of Stardust. Yeah, separate ways is phenomenal.
And for those that don't know, it's, basically they're 2 different campaigns that canonically do not impact each other beyond
Journey, phenomenal.
an unreliable narrator. And so I think it's just worth stating so people don't feel bamboozled if they
Yeah.
No,
get
that's
discovered.
very fair.
I think I'm glad. Thank you for saying that out
No,
loud.
we
Very
want you to know what you're
clearly,
getting into.
very directly, very informatively.
That's right.
We couldn't perform the sessions had we said that beforehand. You know, it would
No more
obviously
lying.
it would have
No
blown it all
more
apart. But now that it's happened, there it is.
Yeah.
Are we good for YouTube intro?
We are very good. Let's push.
Everybody feel good?
All right.
Yep.
Here we go. Welcome back to another episode of Icebound. We would absolutely love it if you would like this video, subscribe to our channel, and check that bell so you never miss an episode. And of course, while you're doing that, I'm going to read some comments from last month's episode right now. Quote number 1, Manny, maybe poet cooked himself. Rest of party.
That was so good.
Those are the emojis. I'm doing them on my face.
Oh.
God, I love Manny so much, he should get his own spinoff. Quote number 2, the mental image of Yornir lowering himself to Scrim's height, awkwardly trying to cheer him up and then finishing it with a light punch to his shoulder was both very sweet and hilarious. Quote number 3, holy shit, Tai Shen's monologue was incredible. What an awesome portrayal of struggle for hope in a dire situation. Incredible job, Mace. I concur. Quote number 4, I did not expect the murder hobo arc from this group, but I am pleasantly surprised. Me too. As always, be sure to leave a comment below and maybe next month yours will be read. In the meantime, there's a few different ways you can support us. You can become a channel member right here on YouTube. You can go check out our merch shop. We got a lot of really great stuff over there. Become a patron over on Patreon. There's 2 exclusive campaigns you can enjoy there and only there. And then lastly, go to thecrookedmoon.com to pre-order your copy of The Crooked Moon today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We are Legends of Evantris. This is Icebound. Lend us your strength and join us. It is the 8th day of the 3rd month, and you all find yourselves in the Cursed Glade, the district of Argentholm, a city that you've come to know, starting to learn more and more about the various tribes and peoples here under the rule, the reign, under the wing of the Princess of Wrath. You've come here for 2 purposes. Your first being, there's a wedding. As the leaders of your tribe, you've been invited to participate. But your secondary, more important reason is that you are here to participate in a ritual that the elves of this tribe, the Shadow Veil Cabal, they participate in order to strengthen their magics. They sacrifice themselves to their gods. You've learned quite a bit about this process. You understand that they call what Scrim calls his Grim, or the shadow that follows him, their guardians, representatives of the gods that will consume their soul, stealing their years of life, for elves live very long, stealing those years, consuming them, and then gifting them to the gods, and in return, the elves are rewarded. You've come to help because you've been offered a deal, a trade for Scrim's participation in this, because the Princess of Wrath has stolen these guardians away. You have agreed to lend your talent, your
Strength.
special power, Scrim, in order to allow them to complete this ritual.
Yes, I have.
And in return, the leader of this tribe, Elder... sorry, I forgot it in my head.
Night Bloom?
Elder Rosemary Nightbloom has agreed to break the bond that you so hastily entered into with the Princess of Wrath. The bond that created your tribe, the oath-making ritual that siphoned away some of your own power and lent it to the Princess of Wrath. You're tired. It has been a long night. For as recently as yesterday, you discovered that the poet had been consumed by your very own ogre tribe, that they had, perhaps mistakenly or perhaps willingly, fallen back to their old ways. And knowing the strange value that the Princess of Wrath reportedly places on the poet, you spent the night trying to figure out how to resolve that situation, so you do not benefit from the full night's rest that you would normally allow you to feel chipper.
Oofta.
Yeah.
You're standing here now in the center square of the Cursed Glade, wearing formal attire made for you specifically for this occasion. There are banners and streamers in all directions, decorations of gold and green. It is actually quite beautiful. Even though there is a chill to the air, you feel warmed by these clothes, as though they have been perhaps enchanted against the elements. And the smell is overwhelming. The smell of incense, the smell of food, the smell of festivities. You can hear music being carried throughout the space, and you can hear the boisterous and happy laughter and murmurs of the many people who are continuing to gather in this place as the party grows and grows before you. Muss, the one that you've come to know as Glenn Mustard Seed, a young boy, a blossoming man, is at your side, having escorted you from your own district, and
Grimbo Neck Snapper, you mean?
all of you are.
I think so.
All of you are a little taken aback, Scrim especially, as you see the children, anyone younger than adolescent, running around wearing masks of hound's face with red eyes, all racing around, chasing each other, running up to the elderly, to the adults in this space, and carrying what look like smoke-producing rods almost, running around and creating these trails through the crowd as they dart in and out of the various peoples, mostly elves, here in this grand celebration. I'll also say that this ritual is part of a larger wedding. This is the culmination of two sets of parents. Everything okay?
I'll figure it out.
Okay.
I'm short a bunch of dex and charisma for some reason. Keep going.
Sure you are, Scram.
I am, Yornia, I am!
I believe you, no, definitely.
I swear to God, Yornia, I saw him in a feature to the down!
Having gotten to know the Shadowvale Cabal, you know that everyone participates in this religion, for lack of a better word. And the parents of many of the children here, having completed their achievements, their victories, their life's purpose, and lent their strength to the next generation, would normally lend their years. They can't, because, as I mentioned, the Princess of Wrath has stolen away their guardians. But tonight, Opharia and Therese, Honeywine, Agra and Valamil, Sageleaf, the parents of the bride and groom, are set to step beyond the veil, to be consumed themselves.
I still have an other modifier -2 to my main stat.
That's correct.
We all still have that. That's what I'm missing.
That is exactly the bond that Elder
right.
Nightbloom has
Thank you.
promised to break.
Thank you.
Is that you have been diminished in
That's
your
our
in your.
fealty to the princess.
That's right. Your loyalty has
bastard.
lent
Oh,
its
I
magics
believe
to the Princess of Wrath.
Didn't have to say it so sarcastically.
This is
I didn't want to interrupt, but now that we were doing it, I wanted to ask about something earlier.
Mhm.
And it's okay if we didn't notice it, and if the time has passed. Did we notice, or did I notice as Barnabas, any other behavior in the ogres that is different, new, regressive? aggressive.
Oh.
Beyond them just eating.
Oh, like the longer they spend,
Eating,
it's like flowers for Algernon.
That's what I mean.
Ah!
Dude, I feel like they are becoming more and more aggressive and
No!
turning more feral, so to speak.
Oh.
I don't know if I would have noticed it given everything else going on.
No,
I'm gonna
and I think
cry
that
at
this
this
would be
table if that's the case.
this would be true for everyone. You've known since when you woke up in Ogerton that, and especially Scrim, because he woke up with perhaps a more fierce ogre than Manius. These ogres always ate other humanoids. They threatened all of the vassals with it every day. Once you're no longer useful, we will cook you in the pot. They said. You never witnessed or experienced this threat, but you don't think that they've regressed into more ferality, for lack of a better word. You feel that they have regressed back to their natural state, and that those inhibitions, without being told otherwise, simply ran wild.
Got it. Okay.
My pleasure.
Good fucking question.
No, that's an important question.
I feel like you would have said it if we had, but as we're at this wedding and we look around, do we see the princess anywhere? Is she yet in attendance?
I'm not going to make you roll for it. You look around and you do not see the princess in the immediate vicinity. Okay. And looking around very quickly before, I think that's a terrific segue. What happens next is up to you. Looking around, you can see that in addition to all the foodstuffs, that there are a variety of people playing games, chatting, forming little groups. There's a massive stage which you can hear the music in the distance, where people are dancing and celebrating. All of it feels a little alien to you. The cultural texture of the Shadow Veil Cabal being largely unknown. But you are looking around through this space, and aside from a large banquet table that you can see to one side, you do not spy the Princess of Wrath. You do, however, see Musk by your side. You see the parents of the bride and groom. You see Elder Rosemary Nightbloom talking with two others, and Nimrodel is helping himself to some of the foodstuffs. All no meat, of course, as you may recall. All fruits and vegetables. It still smells quite hearty, but there's a lot of people singing a chorus in the background for some reason.
They got a live band.
Feels very celebratory.
Part of it.
They got a live band.
Yeah. They're
I have a question.
Yeah.
And this is a positive to the whole group to help me remember. When was the last time we actually ate? Because we didn't eat the poet stew.
Oh yeah.
Oh no, it would have been last night. You finished your conspiratorial dinner at the rehearsal.
Oh, I
dinner.
cooked something, too.
Didn't I?
No, you did not.
Oh, you're right.
You would have eaten what you would have eaten.
That's right.
The
rehearsal
previous
So
night.
how long has it been?
I would say that it's been not that long, 12 hours. It's mid morning. I would say that you had a late dinner. the
No,
previous
that
night.
checks out. All of that checks out. Thank you.
Dinner.
Yep.
The confrontation with the Goliath who attempted to marry
Yep.
Barnabas. Your discovery of the poet pot, and everything that happened over the many hours of the morning where you
Yep.
attempted to get back to the Biting Bastion, returned, tried to get a few hours sleep, Musk woke you up, brought you here.
I want to be very clear that, and the reason I ask this is because I think after our conspiratorial dinner, I'm making a point to not eat. I may need to eat a little bit at this wedding, but I'm making an effort to not eat.
Scrim has made an internal decision
Yes.
about this. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
That commitment hits you, and what happens next is up to you as you're confronted by the festivities of the early morning of the wedding, knowing that this is a all-day affair.
Wow, they're just masks. It's a little. Whew, I got a little. I'm all right.
Did you think these were beasts?
That just took me a little bit by surprise. You can't say you didn't think the same thing. I mean, if something been following you for all these decades, and all of a sudden it was just they were hundreds of them, you'd be a little on edge too.
Hundreds of elf children?
What?
They're little ones.
The masks. You haven't seen
Fine
this thing.
craftsmanship, I'll give you that. They look like proper rounds, proper grims.
I gotta ask you guys a serious question here. All right, this is serious. I want all of your opinions. especially you two. You might have something to say about it. This thing, all right? Don't act weird. Be cool. Be cool. Just been calling it like the beast or the shadow. I think it needs a name. All right? Back where I'm from, there's all sorts of tales about these beasts that stalk the graveyards and the moors and all of that, right? I was just thinking, those stories, they call him Graveyard Jack. I think I'm gonna give it the name, but I wanted to see, like, is that bad luck? Am I gonna piss this thing off? You're Mr. Superstitious, and you just know things that nobody should be able to ever know. So, and if you got anything to say, say it.
Mus leans in. Graveyard Jack is a cool name.
Hey! Grimbone Neck Snapper, step off. Wasn't talking to you.
I'm right here.
Well, step off. It's a private conversation.
I gotta go see my friends anyway. Cool. I'm sorry.
Wait,
I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Neck Snapper.
Jackass.
He starts to turn. Yeah.
No, go.
Fair morning to ye, young man.
Well, yeah.
All right, so what?
Well done.
Am I gonna piss this thing off if I give it a name? Is that like what?
I'm just happy to be included in the conversation. It really seemed like you were trying to cut me out from it.
No.
Fire Blossom.
Oh, it's a very strange.
Kai
way to
Shen,
start
I
the-
always appreciate your insight. I just didn't know if you'd have anything to say this time, all
It's a very
right?
strange way to start a.
Sometimes all you say is things
celebratory
about
day.
tea, and other times you have really poignant shit to say.
Well,
So
I'm working on it. I'm expanding my,
coin
my
flip.
knowledge base beyond.
The
tea.
tales of, granted, I was anchored up in Bargus a few times, and the tales that I did hear, there usually was a name associated. It gave it a little personal connection. I don't think that the men what whispered about it were especially cursed compared to you.
The point is, I need its cooperation. I don't think it's gonna eat me because I named it Jack. I'm just saying, I wanted to get your opinions. That's all.
Do you believe that the name you choose to call it has any say or pull or effect on the being itself?
I don't know, maybe. Maybe I'm hoping if, we get a little bit closer, we have a better connection. There's some sort of strength there, right? Huh? Not a bad thought.
If this beast is called Graveyard Jack,
Oh, if it's in the ale houses and the public houses and the taverns,
That
that's
might
his name.
just be its name.
then
That's
it
his name.
is Graveyard Jack, whether you
perfect.
speak it or not.
All right, well, I'm
Even
gonna
if-
speak it.
Even if it wasn't the name, if it preferred you use its true name, would have given it.
I mean, that's fair. This is why I'm thinking about it, right? I mean, think about how many times we've been doing stuff and chores and stuff, and I don't want to do any of it. And you're like, hey, do that thing. Hey, do that thing. Hey, do that thing. And then finally, your owner's like, Scrim, do the thing. And I'm like, oh shit, he's serious now. I gotta do the thing. And then I do the thing. Right? If I talk to this thing and I use its name, there might be some, strength, power.
Yeah, I think that that's the right way to look at it, Mr. Stammerscotch. If it hasn't torn you limb from limb yet, it wants you alive for a reason,
For now.
which gives you leverage.
That's true.
And our goals seem to align with its goals for now as well.
I sound nothing like that.
I mean, it sounds a little
The
like
time has passed, Mr. Young.
that. It doesn't matter. We'll work on that later. The point is, I'm glad we're in agreement. That's all. I value all of your opinions. You're, worldly people.
Graveyard Jack it is.
Oh, you can't get much more cursed than you already are.
Heard that? Oh, no.
I mean, you might be like one of these elves, and you could be one of those ones who wants to get devoured.
I don't want to get devoured.
That's what I'm saying. You have a leg up on them.
True.
Do you believe that knowing its name will allow you to call the hound, and do your bidding when the time comes?
Do I believe that? I don't know. Am I hoping that? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, I'm an odds guy. I'm gonna take every advantage I can get, every percentage point, every little bit of one up. I need it.
Maybe this ritual, this ceremony for the wedding, maybe what they'll do to bring Graveyard Jack to bear to consume those that seek death.
Keep it down, Tai-Shen.
Maybe that'll strengthen your bond as well. Maybe something will awaken
Yeah.
a connection between the two of you.
Well, that's what I'm hoping for. We'll see. All I'm saying is I'm cooking up a plan, all right? Don't worry. Old Scrimbo's got a plan.
You always do.
Are you? As long as I've known you, Mr. Staviscott, the one thing that's been consistent besides the dependence on alcohol is your plans.
Since way back at the prison.
Oi, it's the egg.
Speaking of which, you guys think this is an open bar or something situation? I hope it's not a cash bar. Nobody has any gold around here. It can't be a cash
I
bar.
believe that whiskey is vegetarian, so I suppose so.
You look, and
I'm gonna go see what I can find.
you do see that there is a
is
bar
no
where where wine and mead is being served.
I would make my way over there and I would take a look at their selection. And if I see that it's only wine or mead, I would take a cup.
You set it down on the bar, and the person tending sort of takes it and nods for a moment. Adjacent to you, one of the other Shadowvale Cabal members, an elf, turns to you and goes, "You better not pick a fat one," and takes a sip of wine and then walks away.
Hey! Is that a threat?
And at the same moment, you hear a sound. The Icebound! The Icebound are here! You see Nimrodel immediately walk up. You've come. Welcome. You all look so dapper.
I thank you. The tailor was very thorough
Yes,
in his cross-examination.
Yes, everything looks like it's to fit. Very bespoke.
Oh yeah, I feel like I haven't dressed up this much in probably 20 years.
I feel quite nice right now.
Good.
It is to your customs.
Yes, it is, and to that point, I promise that everything is ready for the customs. Remember, we have to keep everything absolutely secret, even from everyone here.
Oh, I should have said your mom picks a fat one. Get gone already.
What?
Don't worry about it.
What, Mr. Staviscott?
The moment passed.
Are you all right?
I'm fine.
All right.
We're at a wedding.
Mr. Nimrodel, I thank you for you and your cabal's hospitality. How's the young lad doing? How are his spirits? How are his feet? Cold? Warm? Lukewarm otherwise?
Oh, the groom. He seems quite confident. He seems good.
All right. Very well.
Can
I see him?
You look around and you do not see the bride or the groom anywhere. You see the parents. You recognize their faces, but you do not see anyone in the. This seems a little aggressive. Let's get you out of beat. It's bizarre. You do not see anyone that match the bride and groom look and feel. You imagine that they perhaps have not been introduced.
If you could remind me, do we know that there's a certain point in this ceremony where we'll like break off and conduct the ritual, or are we just kind of like waiting for somebody to grab us, or?
Yeah.
I would say the answer is yes. You went through a very detailed wedding plan when you sat down for the dinner. And so what you know is that this is a full feast day, that there are celebrations, there are customs to be observed. Then the evening, in the evening, once night falls, because it is the night of the new moon tonight. And that's true if you pay attention to my calendar. Anyways, you're aware that in dark of night that the actual wedding vows will occur, and there will be a procession. And this procession, people will peel off from that procession, leaving ultimately only the original. What's the word I'm looking for? Only the closest inner circle of the family.
Got it.
And it'll be at that point that you'll be asked to rejoin and complete the final act.
Understood. So we're basically enjoying the wedding.
Right.
Up until
Your presence is
nightfall.
very much sort of an excuse, a facade, part of the illusion.
Got it. Thank you.
My pleasure. A child runs up and wearing one of these masks. He's got two of these smoking streamers in both hands. He runs up to Nimrodel and he says, "What holds you here? Aren't you proud of your life?" "Oh, yes. He reaches down and he grabs like a little candy treat and he hands it to the kid. "Thanks." And the kid runs off Anyways, please enjoy yourself. This is a day of celebration.
Oh, we will. I lean up against like a wooden post or something.
There are
and just smoke my
a
pipe.
variety of tents, all scattered around, and
because these are the only people I know at the wedding. So.
At the function.
At the function.
Fucking same.
I will also go grab a glass of wine, not the mead, and I'll take the glass and I'll give it a little stir and give it a half chug. Give it a little.
Reminiscent of Rick House 43. The Dormice would have liked this one.
The who?
You've never met them.
They're all
Dormice.
Friday night.
You also recall that you had a variety of wine when you were an Ogreton, and tasting this wine, the ogres made much inferior wine.
Ooh.
This is actually extremely delicious, and you get a sense that these are people of craft, of artisanship, that they put pride into everything they do because of the they're endeavoring to achieve in life as quickly as possible, and so you're shocked by the bouquet and by the range of flavors that hit you when you sip this wine.
Excellent. Not reminiscent of Rick House 43 at all.
Well, I'll leave you to it. Please enjoy the food and enjoy the drink. In a little bit, we're going to have a introduction. The bride and groom will arrive, and then we can perhaps dance and enjoy all the festivities.
Okay, thank you. We'll be here.
And I'll be right over there by the pyre there. I have a few things to say. Thank you. And he goes and he walks over, and you can see that there are a number of people making a circle around a large bonfire, and they are there's a basket of gold and green ribbons hanging. They're taking them and then sort of scattering them into the flames. And you're left there all on your own, knowing the only people at the wedding are each other.
Now what?
Should we partake in the ribbon burning ceremony?
We wait to feed Graveyard Jack the souls of these elves that beg for death.
Oh, what Mr. Yornir said.
You're fun at parties.
How long do we have? Did they say anything about when the dinner was gonna start?
Hours.
And then.
Hours.
Oh, jeez. God, I can't even pass the time with any wine.
Whatever we came here to do, Yornir, doesn't mean that we can't take place in their ceremony beforehand. There's still 2 people getting married today.
I don't think the lad wants it.
What makes you say that?
I think that he knows that he'll spend the rest of his life in her shadow. And he'll always be number 2 to her role as a spiritual leader and all this. And he'll say that because of she's his true love, that's what he really wants. But he'll spend the entire rest of his life wishing that she would choose him over her duty. You know what they say, love is the death of duty, Mr. Fireblossom.
This is true.
Did he say something to you like that? It's very serious to consider heading into a wedding, a choice they make for the rest of their lives.
He told me enough, is what I will say.
What if he's destined to just be a bum?
And he'll be miserable for the rest of his life, and he'll wake up. 40 years will have passed. If he's unlucky and not devoured by the dog boy, then I suppose.
Well, maybe we'll end his pain early.
Perhaps. I don't think he wants her, but I don't think he wants this life. That's what I think.
Introducing Valaman Sageleaf, the groom! You hear a voice boom out, and you hear a variety of applause, cheers, and whoops as you turn and you see the young man that Barnabas is speaking of, wearing a beautiful outfit of woven greens and golds just parading through. His posture is one of confidence as he walks in. He waves and immediately goes over to the bonfire, tosses in one of these ribbons, and then starts to make his way over to the food area. He doesn't immediately spy the four of you, but he does have a few moments of a few words with Elder Nightbloom as you witness this introduction. And you hear the second announcement. Introducing the bride, Aquila Honeywine. You hear scattered applause, but the bride does not arrive.
Uh-oh.
In a moment. You do not see the bride arrive even for another few minutes. There seems to be some looks of confusion. The groom is looking around.
Do I immediately feel like this is gonna fuck up all of the choreographed shit that we talked about the night before, and ultimately fuck up the evening plans?
If there is no wedding, then the life achievement of the parents can't be finalized.
Fuck.
Part of why they are endeavoring to do this ritual in the first place.
I changed my mind, Barnabas. Now I'm pissed at you. If you fucked this up, you might have fucked this up for everybody.
The lad is still here, isn't he?
Yell at him. You always yell at me for this shit. If he fucked this up, this is his fault.
I didn't say anything to the young lady.
Or maybe you were mistaken about whose feet have grown cold.
And what if he said something to her?
Well, to be fair, I did say that if he did agree that she would grow to resent him for not being fully on board for the life that she's chosen, so perhaps that she actually agrees with my assessment, and if he did bring that up, she might have said, you know what, you're right.
He was half correct. Just picked the wrong elf.
What if simply she doesn't want to be the elder?
I wouldn't blame her.
We need a wedding. We need a goddamn wedding.
For what?
We can't do the ritual. We can't feed the souls of the dog!
So what are you suggesting, Mr. Samuscon?
I don't know! I haven't gone that far yet!
Well, why don't you think of something? You always have plans, don't you?
I'm still in the angry phase!
Well, you should probably set that aside, Mr. Stabiscotch.
I'm not ready to yet. Give me 20 minutes.
Maybe we should try and find her. Seek her out, see why she isn't here. Maybe she's in danger. Maybe she's been held up.
Do we need the ceremony? What purpose does it serve to us? If you can find a way to call your hound, perhaps it can devour on its own.
I just... What do I know about this ritual?
What Elder Nightbloom implied was that what every Shadow Vale Cabal member and any of these elves attempts to do is essentially a bucket list. A bucket list of items that they want to have achieved in life before they willingly give their years, and that they try to do this as quickly and as aggressively as possible. The tragedy of what's happened to them under the Princess of Wrath's rule is that she's taken away their ability to do this, and so they're all growing old. Many of them have achieved what they needed to achieve, and they are starting to feel those years. This not only weakens their magic, but it also is deep shame, a point of soreness for them.
What do I know about them passing on or giving up their years before the bucket list is done? Would we have discussed that? Or is it like it truly has to be a willing thing? Like, what? It's okay to say we didn't talk about it.
I want to say I mentioned it, but I'll re-articulate it now. You would know that losing one's life before achieving all of your all of the efforts to one of these hounds would be okay, because you're at least giving your soul to one of these hounds. However, if it's not gifting your years, if you die because you get run over by a wagon or something, then that's not a gift at all. That's a tragedy. That's still a bad thing that happened.
It might not count. It might not count, or they might not be at full strength. And then what if the dog isn't getting stronger? Then there's no point to any of this. The souls might not count.
We also need them to willingly sacrifice themselves, and they may not, if the wedding does not take place.
Why do we think there's a chance?
We were told that the hound needs 1,000 souls, were we not?
Yes.
Aye.
Was there a qualifier that they must be happy souls who forgive themselves or lived full lives or were not devoured in a terrible tragedy at a wedding.
We don't know.
Well, but the purpose here is not for the hound to feed. It's for the hound to be summoned in this ritual so that they can shatter the bonds of fealty the princess has shackled us with. Not simply to let the hound run amok.
I hope.
Is there a chance that we've been lied to?
Yeah, what else would be new? That would just be another day that ends in Y, Barnabas.
Is there a chance that Whisperfang lied to us? The princess does have eyes and ears. Even here, she found out about this coup and decided to serve the bride, perhaps in one of these meat-free dishes.
I mean, that would be really, really, really messed up. And definitely something that she would do.
As you stare over, you can see people just stuffing their faces with pastries and a variety of different goods.
How much, cannibal meat do you have to eat to turn into one of those things? Is it just
just a morsel?
A little bit of flesh here
Just
and
a
there?
morsel.
Just kind of sprinkled throughout all the... Fuck, Barnabas, fuck!
I don't want my grim imagination to perhaps cause any alarm.
Well, now I'm thinking we should just try to let the dog run amok because it would stop them from all turning into horrible creatures. Like, worst case scenario, it would be a preventative measure.
My purpose is that if we can call the hounds, both of them, somehow, this is what we need, wedding or no. We can speak to the elder. If she does not arrive, I can believe that she would understand our goals and our plight.
The elder is speaking to the groom right now, having a sort of a calming conversation. You can tell that he is quite apprehensive about the bride's non-appearance. And she's seemingly calming him and endeavoring to keep him from going and seeking her out.
I would like to peruse the buffet.
Yeah.
And just use my experience as a cook.
Mm-hmm.
And knowing meat and knowing vegetable and animal and all of that, I'd like to just kind of fake being a picky buffeter, but being, I don't know, maybe, and just kind of do basically the Tony Soprano food where he just moves his food around with the fork and never actually takes a bite. I basically want to do that with all of the food to see if I see perhaps anything that I register as unauthorized meat,
Images
as they say,
of the poet's bones in your mind.
Doesn't leave
still
my head. Fresh. Yeah.
Make a investigation check, and because of your cooking background, you can add your proficiency twice.
While he's doing that, can I just look at the elder reassuring the groom and see if I can get a sense if she seems like maybe like she's trying to mask being extremely nervous about the situation?
Make an insight check.
That'll be a 26.
26.
Roll a natural 19.
You make your way through, and you are piercing the dumplings and looking at the guts. You are opening the fritters and then setting them back in. You are taking the stew, and you are ladling through the stew and looking for anything that might be indicative of a
meat.
Of flesh, of cooked or otherwise. You do spy something that starts to shred for a moment, and then it's more jackfruit. You start to pull up the meringues, the cakes, the puddings. You start to pull those apart as well. You fill your plate with pieces, not taking a single bite, but ripping it all apart and going through every crumb. You are extremely thorough, and by the time you reach the end of this perusal, you feel very confident that not a bit of meat exists on this whole table, as elaborate and expansive as it is.
Roger that. It probably took me like 15, 20 minutes. So I'll be doing that.
How did they source fruit that only grows in very tropical regions?
It have something to do with the magic. Who knows?
I do not understand it. It makes no sense. It is unnatural.
Hi, Shen.
I rolled a 1.
I have a +8 though, so I got a 9.
A 9.
I got a 9. That's just not enough. And so you.
Rats, I needed a 10.
No. What I'll say with the 9 is that it's hard to read her. She is very practiced, an elderly elf. She's the only one here who is hundreds and hundreds of years old, aside from Yornir.
She's very demure.
And she's mindful. She's demure.
Scram the hound, find the hound, call it right now.
As Yornir whispers this to you, Scrim, you hear a
Try to swat him
voice
away a little
cry
bit.
out. Apologies, a simple wardrobe malfunction. The bride! And you see the bride.
I like audibly exhale. I lean against Yornir. Oh my God!
Okila honey wine! And she walks out looking absolutely gorgeous. A little flustered, but she is sort of apologetically waving at everyone for the delay. And she claps along with everyone, and the room sinks with relief as he looks forward. Everyone seems overjoyed upon her arrival, and the band picks back up. Everyone is dancing and enjoying themselves very much.
I'll have it on my plate, like a bit of like shredded jackfruit. I'll be looking at that. I'll be looking at her.
That's very funny. Poke at it a little bit with your pipe, yeah.
I go to like a waste bin and put it in there.
The groom steps forward now that he has been joined with his bride-to-be. They meet, and you can, on the surface, see a lot of love there. They seem to look into each other's eyes dreamily. Everything that you've been told is that this couple is desperately in love and hoping to be married. They've never been able to have a wedding like this because, of course, of the barrier. Culturally, the fact that the Princess of Wrath wouldn't allow their parents to experience their own end. But you, they look overjoyed that they're getting the day of their dreams, the day they always were happy about. The groom turns and waves his hand and says, "Thank you, everyone, for joining us. I hope you enjoy the food, the wine. I want you to all have an amazing day. And if you'll join me, I will be happy to lead everyone in the ceremony of carrying a child." And he reaches down and picks up one of these hound-faced kids and puts it on his shoulder. "The last one standing, of course, wins the day." And he's got this kid hanging on his shoulder. You can see other elves as well immediately start grabbing kids and picking them up. It seems that this is a reinforcement, a ritual to say, here's how we lift up the next generation. And you can see them all starting to participate.
Yeah, I guess I gotta just participate in this thing with physical activity. I'm just gonna do it. Okay. Are we doing this? Are we doing this?
Perhaps you start by grabbing a random child, Mr. Stabbing Scotch, and we'll see what happens.
I try to
you.
find the smallest kid that I can, because I'm not much taller than
Make a
these kids.
perception check.
17.
Oh.
17. You do not find a fat one. You find a.
I see. All of a sudden it dawns on me as I begin to look around. I go, oh, that's what he meant. Hey, you, come here. And I go try to find some small kids.
This kid runs up to you with two darklers spinning around and feed me.
Hold still, just stop moving, get on my shoulders, all right? And I kind of squat down and I'm trying to get him to like shoulder, because I can't hold him by one shoulder. I try to do like the, literally do like a shoulder, legs over the shoulder.
Yeah. He gets up
Come on,
he holds his the two smoking sticks in both directions, and you feel a little out of balance. He's a good weight, but you do not find a fat one.
Thank God. I chuckle to myself. That guy's kind of funny after all. And what anybody would notice while this is happening is once I've gained my balance, you would think that the strategy would be to conserve as much energy as possible. My friends, if they were paying attention, might notice that I'd be kind of meandering in a small circle.
Mm-hmm.
Like moving with this kid on my shoulders. Just kind of, not like, a lot, but just enough to be like, that's weird. That doesn't seem like a very smart strategy. And that's what I would be doing.
Okay. Do any of you participate in the event?
No.
Yornir continues to drink his
It would be
mead.
effortless for you.
Drink his mead, staring down the entire wedding party.
Smash cut. There's a montage of hundreds of years of these countless festivals that he's been in.
Oh.
People partying, and it's just Jordan in all these different clothes and settings with firelight on his eyes, like standing,
Just
observing.
always,
Yeah.
you know.
Oh yeah,
human
and you
rituals
see
fly
like
by.
the baptism, like the birth celebration,
Right.
the wedding,
Yeah.
like the death ceremony of the same fucking people.
Oh yeah,
As it
you would
flashes.
see generations go
Yeah.
by, and it's the same.
That's hard as
Holy
fuck.
Fuck, that's cinematic as fuck.
Jeez. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. Jonas just some cold-blooded.
He does. That's all he does.
Jonas does-
Cold-blooded is his middle
Jonas
name.
just over here standing in the corner being the best character.
It does.
I will find a kid.
Okay.
I'll kidnap a
Make
kid.
a perception check.
Yeah. Oh,
You're
God.
gonna find a kid so
Okay,
good.
I'm gonna find the
You're
best
looking
kid.
for school.
Stop.
Derek did it. It's Derek's
Four is
fault.
so important.
That 4 is so important.
What did you say? Perception?
Yeah,
With a natural 20.
natural. 20.
I've gotten a 24.
You look around, and it looks like many of the kids are being scooped up until you look down at your side, and there is a toddler right near your leg, starting to waddle over towards the food area, and you
Look,
look-
he doesn't look like he wants to be picked up. He looks.
you get the kid's attention.
Oh, okay.
Hey, come here!
Wait, he's actively running away from me.
Come here, you little prick! Get over here!
He's walking towards the food
I gotta
area.
put you on my shoulders!
He's
Come back
walking
here.
towards the food area.
Come
and
back
as
here. We
soon
have to
as-
participate
As
in
soon
this.
as you get his attention and he sees what you're trying to do and he realizes everybody else is being lifted up, you get the uppy's arms. And
Got it,
This,
okay.
This cute toddler does that, and you easily lift this kid up onto your shoulder.
Is he wearing
Not at this time.
graveyard jack mask? Okay.
You can see that there's red makeup around the eyes, but he seems to either have lost or has put away his mask, making their way to grab a pastry or a dessert of some kind.
Got it. I'll just kind of look at kind of like what's happening, and I'll see kind of what most everybody else is doing. I'll try and get the best sense that I can in the moment of kind of like what the. I mean, it seems pretty simple, but just to be respectful of their custom, to participate in it, to enjoy it. I'll do what I can.
People are starting to gather around that same bonfire where you saw people throwing the ribbons, and you are sort of gravitate along with the crowd. There don't seem to be many kids left that you can see as you start to make your way. Scrim, you're also making your way. Barnabas, do you choose to participate? in this event?
I look for the fattest kid. I look to see if there's any like kid who's like sad and chunky in the corner and he's not getting picked.
Make a perception check.
And if there's not, if I feel like there's no one getting left out, I'm not gonna do anything. But if okay, natural 20.
You find the fattest toddler.
Looks like he was a kid.
He's like a sphere. He's a little elf who loves berries and cream.
26.
You look through and around. You don't pay attention to the crowd in the
Oh my
center, but
God.
you immediately, thinking of how you might feel if you were in their shoes, you spy in one corner. Sure enough, there's a kid who is. What's the name of the fat kid from fucking
Augustus
Gloop.
Yeah.
I just
I was literally gonna say,
Hi, what's your name, little boy? Augustus Gloop.
Augustus Gloob in elf form is sure enough standing on the opposite side. You can circle around and reach them, and you do. You start to make your way, and the kid looks up at you.
I'll kneel down and I'll say, "Hi there, young man. What's your name? My name is Barnabas Dreadwake of the Iceborn. How are you?"
I will find my names. Just one moment, because I always have names prepared.
My name is Hans. Little Hans.
Must be a shortage of chunky monkey around here.
Wow, who doesn't have his names prepared? I'm gonna have to find a random generator. No, I'm not. One moment.
Why don't we take a quick break?
that's
While Derek
Yeah.
looks for his
Now's a
name?
great time for a
Yeah.
break.
I think that's a great idea.
That is totally cool with me.
Can we move this microphone maybe like 6 to 8 inches that way?
This one?
Yeah, that one. Just so it's a little
On the-
closer
at
to
the
your
top,
At the
yeah.
top, yeah, if you don't mind. Give it the old. If you are a patron over
Go
on
ask
our
us questions.
Patreon, go ask a question on a Patreon post. Mike, do you have them?
I do. I haven't pulled up right
Hit
now.
us with one, and we're going to answer some of them.
I am shocked. Shocked.
And appalled or just shocked?
Just shocked.
On the water.
You want to kind of
Oh, keep it coming.
Out of Ronan asks, out of all the characters from previous campaigns that have ended or are on hiatus, what character do you miss the most and are most excited to get back to?
right there. Scott.
I miss them all.
Miss the most, and I'm most excited to get back to are two different answers.
Yeah, it's.
Yeah.
I miss them all for different reasons.
I miss Sarnax of the Edelwood from Curse of Strahd the most.
Yeah.
I never want to play Sarnax again in a canon way. Because the story's ended, the story is over, and every good story must have an ending. And so I have no desire to play Sarnax again.
I think
in
my
a canon
answer
way.
is the same for Clayton.
Sarnax's story is over. The character that I'm most excited to get back to is that's on hiatus.
I'm gonna go with Briggsy.
Jericho.
Oh.
Well, because I have two characters I get to play, which is like usually a that guy like really shitty thing, but I think I'm doing it in an okay way that isn't cringe.
Would you ever play a character with multiple personalities? And at the beginning of the day, you roll a d20 to see what his personality is? No wrong fun.
My answer is going to be Kaio, but I think second would
Oh.
be Marius.
Kyle's a great answer.
I really want to get back to
I
Salt
do
Marsh.
want to get back to Salt Marsh when I emotionally recover.
I miss playing
I
Kaio.
think Poros is right under Briggsy.
That's where I'm at with like Kaio and Marius, right? They're like right there. They're like right there.
For me, Monty is right here. I'm really excited to play Frost again. I cannot
That's great.
fucking wait
That's fair.
for
That's
the
fair.
23rd.
My answer would have been Pike, but that's back.
Yeah.
And I'm always down to play Torbeck. I don't want to. There's not like it's not even like he's always
Yeah.
out there. I love playing Torbeck.
I would have said Stardust Chuckles, but I got my finale. I got my finale with him, and so I got to do one of the funniest things I've ever done with saying goodbye to Mad Dog twice.
I'm so sad. I almost painted to you that you didn't do the counting thing.
What county thing?
Remember when you'd be like, I'm gonna leave. I'm 3. You can't stop me.
Oh,
And it'd be like,
yeah,
two,
yeah.
two
The
and a
moment
half.
didn't call for it.
Oh, what was that, right?
Actually,
Oh,
that would have made it even more heartbreaking and terrible.
Yeah.
And
pretty tough.
and Rhett was on fire, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
hard
Yeah.
to-
Yeah.
It was hard to.
I also was referring to, I peaked on the very first day we played Stardust. I was talking about the funniest thing I ever did, which is when we confronted, spoilers for Stardust Rhapsody Overture, when we confronted Dr. Maze at the beginning, and we like had him defeated, but he wasn't dead or anything. And I was like tossing an apple up, and I'm like, well. You know what they say, an apple a day keeps the doctor away. Really hate for the apple to make its way over to you. That was the funniest thing I've ever done. It was all down.
And can you tilt the
It was
mic a
all
little more
downhill
angled
after
like
that.
mine is,
It was
like,
all downhill.
Instead of being to the side.
Like at your face,
just
kind
get
of.
it more to your face.
This.
Yeah,
it'll
right
just
there.
turn.
Right
It'll
there.
just turn.
That's perfect.
Cool.
That's perfect.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, I think that is my answer. I'm most excited to get back to Jericho / Virgil.
For me, it's a Gideon, because I don't think I have anyone else left.
Yeah,
I think
that's
the
true.
only
Yeah,
one.
very funny.
That's the only
No
one I
left.
can get back to.
Yeah.
So,
I guess one of your characters is Meat Pulp.
Yeah. Well, I mean, even it's literally feeding a tree.
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
true. That's true.
Yeah, absolutely.
Won't say who. Won't say which one.
Oh, right. Yeah.
So we won't
Zealous
spoil it.
Sithrigus.
Yeah, it's
I'll
very
just
funny.
say it. I'll just say it. Oh, I'm excited to get back to playing Zealous Sithrigus. Whenever that happens.
Well, technically that character's dead. So.
Okay, let's not,
That's all characters, not meat pulp. He's digested.
Yeah.
Digested in a demon,
Exploded into blood.
gullet. Choppa Ding Dong says, not a question, but thank you guys for everything that you do. Your campaigns remind me to slow down, take a minute to breathe and play a little. Icebound is by far my favorite campaign.
Oh wow.
And I relate and love it to another
nice.
lovely character. We appreciate y'all. Y'all are the best. Thank you so much. Misa. Great question. Great name. What type of playlist do you see each character having?
We've talked about this before, and each character, obviously, that's an insane request.
I think in this campaign.
I've thought about, so for Scrim's one of the only ones I only have like a song or two.
Yeah.
There are a couple songs I think that would be good. There was a long time ago where I was like, oh, maybe I'd, share my character playlist as like a Patreon thing, but there's no time.
What kind of general theme did you have? Like kind of dark folksy is almost like.
So it's not a genre of music. It's all like for all of the playlists, the genres are actually pretty like all over the place because it just depends on if the song matches the character or not. It's not so much from a genre defining thing, right? There's a bunch of songs that I have like that I think I associate with Marius and his character, and like they're all over the fucking place.
Got it. I thought the question was what playlist would that character have?
Well, maybe
maybe
I misinterpreted
question,
it.
yeah.
Oh.
I think Barnabas would listen to a lot of Fleetwood Mac. I think he would listen to a lot of Fleetwood Mac. I think like you would like see him like alone off in his like thing, and just Rhiannon is playing, and he's just like, and he's just sitting there as Rhiannon is playing, like completely immobile, like looking off into the distance. I think that's my answer.
I think Tai Shen would listen to like some kind of just like relaxing, melodic, like instrumental kind of music, almost like operatic type stuff.
Not the Calm app or whatever.
Not the Calm app. No, not the ASMR Calm.
No.
Not raindrops.
Would go into his room. He'd light some incense. The lights are really dim with some candles. He'd go to a black plastic boombox and put in a like Norse chanting CD that he got from Natural Wonders as he trips balls and goes through his meditations.
Yeah.
I thought he was gonna trip balls and listen to Black Sabbath.
Maybe.
Yeah, exactly. I was literally thinking.
The tritone.
Yeah.
Oh man,
I
that's
think
so
that's
fucking
too. Yeah,
funny.
that's good though.
Let's get back into it.
Let's get back in. There's no coffee left, is there?
No,
That's fine.
there's no time.
There's no time.
Barnabas, you stare down at this chunky kid.
Oh yeah, I forgot
And
about that.
he looks up at you with his round cheeks and his clothes that are a little, not a full size too small, but a little tight around the arms and belly.
Yeah.
And he answers your question. What is your name? Mallow Leaf.
Wait. Well, Mallow Leaf. I'll call you Mallow Cup for short. Mallow?
My friends call me that.
Oh, it's a great honor. I'll call you Mallow, who's the most useful party member in Super Mario RPG.
For sure. Of course.
He perks up.
Oh,
Really?
it's a great honor,
Really?
lad. Everyone always goes for Toadstool or Bowser. Mallow's the best. Gino is overrated. Okay, lad. Lad, my name is Barnabas. What I'd say is all your friends that got picked first, if it weren't for all of this strange and natural magic, they wouldn't survive the winter. Aye, but you, lad, you would outlive all of them.
He laughs and struggles to balance on the top of your shoulders. He is doing his best to hold on, and even despite the fact that you are as strong as you are and you have your anchor, you realize that this is perhaps going to be a challenge as you watch Taishan and Scrim join this circle.
Look at this fucking guy.
Yeah, he's great. He looks like an elf version of Mallow from Super Mario RPG.
He looks like Mallow, for sure.
Look at this little fucker.
I love him. He was on my party all the way through.
The music picks up and shifts into this rhythmic, growing, repetitive melody. And you watch as the circle of men all start to walk backwards and forwards, doing this sort of legwork. And you realize that the difficulty of this is not just the stamina of having to carry the children, but the dexterity of having to walk around. I need everybody to make a strength ability check or acrobatics.
Oh, I'm going acro.
The strength one. Acrobatics? Yeah.
No,
Athletics.
that's
Athletics.
athletics.
Or
Just
you could do a
athletics.
strength acrobatics check.
Oh, you
I
can't
don't do that enough.
Yeah.
What is
Strength
that?
You
acrobatics.
can use a different skill, but swap out the.
The example they give in the DMG is if you're a barbarian trying to intimidate someone, you can use a strength intimidate.
Not great.
have
Like you can
charisma.
like shatter a
Yeah,
table.
yeah.
Yeah.
Just look big and
With
strong.
my
Yeah.
plus 0 on athletics, I got a 12.
With
Oh.
a 12.
With
22.
my plus 0
22?
on athletics, I got
I don't need to win this thing. I just need to last a while.
With a 3. Everyone is starting. You don't quite pick up the dance moves fast enough. You're struggling not to run into people, and it's not just this.
Oh, you
but
hang on, Mellow.
Behind your eyes, you feel a sudden shock of emotion. It is not just the strange alien tradition, this weird thing that you're participating in, but it is the fact that you have this toddler and you're suddenly struck by a memory of Melee. And you remember this feeling, and it's so distracting in this moment that you let yourself you let the dance get away from you. Someone rams into you, and both of you topple over, dropping the kid onto the ground. You keep the kid safe. There's no injury or anything like that. But you are knocked out of this ritual. The groom is doing swimmingly, just one kid on one arm moving, and you both are keeping balance and
good?
trying to keep up with. Yeah, you're good.
Oh, yeah.
As I continue to like march around, I said, "No fucking way! I made it longer than Dyson."
Hey, well done, Mr. Stabberscotch. You're still going to go down. Mallow and I are going to crush all of you.
I'm like starting to sweat though.
You are starting to
Like,
sweat.
I'm starting to sweat.
I need everyone to make an additional strength acrobatics check.
Oh baby, 16. Let's fucking go.
24.
24. You both are able to hold on. It's getting harder and harder.
Hang on there, kid. Hang in there.
The music's speeding up. It's not
All right, there.
once you get into the actual dance, it's backwards, forwards, everyone's moving and around. Some kids are getting dropped left and right, and the crowd of men who are making this parade are reduced by almost half in this next minute of music as you continue to dance. Everyone is clapping.
See what
and
I
cheering.
told you about not surviving the winter, Mallow? They may not like it, but this is what peak male performance looks like, lad.
Yeah, Barnabas, yeah!
Yeah, okay.
You need everyone to make a strength acrobatics.
No way. I think I can't keep going up. There's just
Athletics
no way.
or
You
athletics?
can't keep getting away with this.
Strength athletics.
Okay.
I'm huffing and puffing. I look at this kid and I'm like, ah, God, what did you eat? And then all of a sudden I stop, I squat down, and I say, all right, I quit. And I
huff him off?
And
Oh, no. Okay.
Get on my shoulders, kid. I quit. I quit. I roll a 6.
You do.
I'm done. I'm out. I'm out.
Justifying the bad roll, you immediately lose interest in the activity, and you just slough this kid off, who wails and runs.
I wipe my sweat-drenched brow, and I find Yornir, and I go stand next to him.
I would have made my
That's all I had. That's all I got.
The three of you continue to watch as Barnabas.
19.
With a 19, you are able to survive the third acceleration of this music, which is getting faster and faster and faster. There are now only 5 remaining elves, including the groom. The groom isn't hugely strong, but you see a will that you hadn't before. In this moment, as you lock eyes with him across the bonfire, you can see he is going to give everything to hold on to this kid and to win the day. I need you to make another strength athletics check.
Can I kind of like saunter up to him?
You can
And, like, say something to him?
advance and catch up to him in the dance.
Like
As
dance
you
alongside
move
of him?
back and backwards and forwards. He looks up and impressive.
Remember what I told you, boy? Is that a life worth living? Oh, come on, Mallow!
Jesus. Go ahead and roll.
Holy.
It was a fair effort.
Oh, natural 20, folks.
Wow.
28.
Natural 20. You are the only 2 remaining after another minute of dancing. Sweat is beating on both yours and the groom's foreheads. It is just the 2 of you, heads up, lightning round style. As the music again picks up, the musicians are trying desperately to get you to fall because you are trying to keep up with the forward, forward, back, back, forward, 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 back, forward, 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 moving around and around and around this bonfire. Everybody is chanting, mostly rooting for the groom, but you continue to hold on to Mallow Leaf as you roll again.
Ain't no life being second. Oh, come on, Mallow! I'm going to try to get in this guy's head.
I'll roll at disadvantage.
Oh. 15.
With a 15, he got a 13.
That's it.
And you continue to whisper these things at him, and he looks angry. He doesn't look shaken.
Oh,
he
that's right, lad.
he looks mad, and his foot slips a little bit on a small patch of ice, and he doesn't go down, but he loses balance, and he's forced to set the kid down or collapse on top of on top of them, and he damn.
Mallow, we did it!
Yeah, we did it! We did it! Yeah!
male performance, Mallow!
Mallow and Barnabas forever!
Oh, young lad, we're going to go and sail the horizons like Trothak the Great Shark Puncher.
The groom
We're gonna take Smithy down.
kicks into the ground, and Elder Nightbloom walks up and says, "The winner, Barnabas Dreadwig, chieftain of the Iceborn. He has managed to show us all how important it is to support the next generation."
Oh, it was all Mallow. It was all his encouragement what brought us this victory. It had
Yeah.
nothing to do with me or the Iceborn.
It was all me.
I give Mallow the victory here.
For you both.
3 cheers for Mallow! Hey! Hey!
People are joining in. Even the groom is joining in. This is intended to be a joyous celebration, and despite his frustrations with not being able to hold out, he recognizes your strength and bows. Elder Nightbloom walks up to you. Your prize for winning the day, and she grants you a blessing.
A prize.
And it is at your convenience, when you want it, a cast of heroism on yourself.
I'm gonna make a note in my inventory.
Not bad at all.
Oh, thank you, Elder Knight. Blossom Bloom.
Nightbloom. Pretty soon the crowd disperses. Some people continue dancing, enjoying the festivities, and you are back amongst the under the tent where Yornir has barely moved an inch.
Better luck next time, gentlemen. Better luck next time.
Do I look too sweaty?
Oh, you still got it.
You
Is
great,
it bad? Is it
Strip.
noticeable?
You did good.
I did all right. Just trying to work up a sweat a little bit, you know?
You exerted physically.
Yeah.
You look fine.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
What are you looking for specifically?
Well, I don't want to look like I'm a complete mess at this wedding, all right?
No, but you're asking if we looked like, or if you looked like you worked up a sweat.
Yeah, so I did. I don't look good now. I look like I just came from, working out.
But what? No. What? Why?
I don't want to be a complete mess at the wedding. I'm trying to be presentable.
You are at the wedding currently. So
Right. Do I look like a mess? Do I look like I'm a mess right now?
It doesn't matter whether you do or you don't.
What?
Either way, you're at the wedding.
I need to clean myself up if I look like... you're the wrong person, Tyson. Do I look all right?
You just look like you've been having fun.
Oh, perfect. That's all I'm going for. Thank you. I don't know why I even asked him. I
Oh,
should've come-
yeah, exactly
you all have
right.
your strengths. I should have come right to you.
Yeah, I would have told you.
Yeah, we don't know why the person you went to is Mr. York.
He was the one standing here. We've been talking for a while.
I've been standing here.
Oh, you have been saying that all the time. I didn't notice.
He's not moved, in fact, barely an inch.
The
Since it
need is
started.
acceptable.
I'm gonna go look. Is Mallow like celebrating with his friends?
He's getting more friend attention thanks to your celebration. There are 3 kids, including
for therapy.
including Mus, who are now talking to Mallow.
what D&D's for.
And he is puffed up with pride.
I'm going to walk over and I'm saying, "Oh, you lads, all well fought and well played, but you can't win them all. Mallow here was the champion, and I forgot to give you, Mallow, this charm right here. You have earned it. This will protect you from any curse, any negative boon, any sort of strange spirits or specters. When you're old enough to pierce your ear or anywhere else, it'll do you fine."
Barnabas, what the fuck?
As I will hand him a hex, the spoon,
Yeah.
with
One of your-
the hexagon,
Yeah,
etched into it.
One of your superstitious trinkets. You hand this to Mallow. He thank you.
I meant like your nose, you fucking perverts.
He says to no one in particular.
Yeah.
Thank
Lip.
you. I'll treasure this.
Boy, well done, lad. I'll like pat him awkwardly.
Are you
Nope.
gonna put your victories into the bonfire?
Oh, you don't. Maybe. What's that, lad?
The ribbons. You can take one. You can.
Oh,
you can
yeah, that's right.
if you've achieved something since the last wedding, then you can throw it in there, and it's a way of speaking to the gods.
I'll let you know, lad. I've already burned one wedding band or ribbon in the last day or so. What's one more, eh?
Okay.
You're a good lad. You're a good lad. Remember, lad, never forget, mass moves mass.
That's true.
Good God,
He nods and looks at the spoon.
Jeez.
Mus and the other older adolescents all continue to run around, and it leaves you there. Elder Nightbloom walks up to the three of you under the tent, and specifically addressing Yornir. Yornir, you're not participating in the event,
I am present.
but you're not dancing or throwing your victories into the fire. People are asking questions. Are you okay?
Why would I not be okay?
This is supposed to be a joyous time.
I am full of joy.
Look at him. Look at his face. Look at how happy he looks.
God, my brow's like super grim.
Hey, this is the happiest I've ever seen him.
You've not known him long, but this is how he shows happiness.
Look, he's smiling. It's like,
I wanted to make sure that everything was all right here. If you just want to enjoy the mead, that you have my blessing.
This mead is very fine, I must say.
Thank you.
am grateful for this mead.
glowing recommendation.
Our mead makers are very proud of the work they do.
Yes. Pass on my respects to the beekeepers.
I will. I will see. Nightfall is almost here. And you look up, and it's like midday. And she turns and she walks away.
Son of a bitch. Can we hurry this up? Ah.
You hear another voice cry out, "Gather round! The bouquet throwing ceremony is about to commence!"
More of this garbage. Okay, here we go. All right. And, Scrim's gonna, figure out what's going on.
You watch, and you can see that the bride and groom have a collected bundle of flowers. And they are preparing to toss it into the crowd. You understand, based on the way that everyone is positioning themselves, that the goal is not to be the last one holding the bouquet when it perhaps erupts in magical energies.
You'll see that Scrim's kind of trying to figure out this, and he's weirdly into all the physical activities that are happening at this wedding, and Scrim's kind of bouncing on his toes, okay, all right, I'm ready. I'm gonna play this one too. Here we go. All right.
The you look and you see the bride, and she looks out at the crowd, and then she sees that you're actually seeming to pump yourself up, and she laughs and she goes, "Scrim!" and she tosses it into the air. It spins up. You can see a few petals start to float around, and it darts at you, almost like an arrow, immediately sticking to your person. And it seems that by naming you, you are attached to this thing. It's almost like going off, starting to bloom and start to swell with energies.
I'm kind of dumbfounded that this is just landed in my hands.
Everyone starts to scatter and run.
I'm looking at it. I try to throw it away.
You throw it, and it immediately snaps back to your chest.
Shit. And I look around at all these elves, and I don't know any of their names.
No, you don't.
I believe your potential mate is out in the crowd. Her name is Anna.
Oh shit. I try to just try to say the name Anna and throw it and see if without being able to picture anybody in my brain, without knowing who he's talking to, just see if it works.
You toss the bouquet into the air. I need you to roll a d2 for me and call it.
If it helps, her last name is Chronistic.
That's very funny. You want to know even or odd?
You choose, and it'll be a question. You call it, and if you call it, then you'll be successful.
All right, I'll call evens.
Yep.
I'll call evens. I got odds, so it just comes back to me.
It does. There's no Anna here.
The moment that I realize this happened, I get frustrated, and I attempt to throw it, and I say, "Damn it, Yornir!"
And you throw it into the air, and
And as soon as it hits him, I go,
this
"Ah, yes!"
smacks into you, and you can see these flowers are growing with color, green and gold, starting to bloom bigger and bigger and bigger, and you realize that there's very limited time.
Is it gonna explode?
It may do something. You're unsure.
Hold on. I gotta manage my spells here. Let's see what I got. Oh no, there's a bomb. Scream, I told you. Her name is Anna, but as I say scream, I'll try to like
It immediately by naming somebody, it shoots forward, and Scrim, you find yourself holding this bouquet again.
Fuck you, Yornir! I throw it back.
It smashes into you, and you can see that it is almost full, pulsing with energy.
Do you think they're okay?
Oh, I think it's fine. Just let it happen. Just so
Hold on.
Probably for the best.
Hold on. Don't I have something that can... That doesn't really work.
We're standing like way too close to each other. Like,
we're really right next to each
Yeah, it's
other.
not even,
Yornir,
it's just
Scrim!
like,
Yornir, Scrim!
I am done playing your game. Scrim.
It smashes into you, and you know you have a fraction of a second to try to get this off of you before whatever happens.
the moment that I realize what he's done, I panic. And I throw it in the air, and I say the first name that I can think of, and I say, "Mustard seed!"
It flies up into the air and then rockets down all the way across the entire party, and you hear a "ow!" And all of a sudden you see this of green and gold feathers as it explodes, and everyone goes, "Mustard seed!" and they all clap and laugh. It seems that he is fated to be married within the year.
Oh, wow.
Anachronistic is chuckling down from heaven, having passed away just a month earlier, and everyone.
Oh no, you brought up a sore subject. Oh
She
no.
died on her way back to her home planet.
If only I could have gotten eaten by a dog.
The bride steps forward, and she says, "Thank you all for coming. Thank you so much. It is nearly time for the wedding, and that means that it is time for nightfall. I will one day be your leader. I will one day be matriarch when we lose our dear elder Nightbloom. It's important that you all see that she has taught me very well." And she's starts to focus her energy, and you see this crackling of magic as she starts to hone in on herself. And she looks up into the sky. She raises two hands, and you see a pulse of this dark energy, this literally grays and reds, almost like the smoke that you see. It reminds you very much of Graveyard Jack as it spirals into the air, hitting the stratosphere. And above you, you are shocked to find that day turns to night, enveloping the entire space around you, as the all the way to the horizon on each side, like a blanket. This curtain of night immediately falls down, and they've extended the what would be day into a night of the full of a new moon. There is nothing in the sky. There are no clouds. You are now suddenly shocked by the darkness all around you. The bonfire suddenly being the only illumination of the faces that you see around.
Wow, incredible power.
I wasn't expecting that, I'm gonna be honest with you.
To change day to night, or at least to mask it. Unbelievable feat.
She didn't even shout domain expansion. Crazy.
Not even once. Not even Bankai.
What kind of sorcery is this?
Oh, that's what she meant.
Well,
Oh, Night Bloom. I get it.
Is it time manipulation or is it a parlor trick?
Make an Arcana check.
I'm not sure it's either.
well beyond my abilities, Yornir.
It might be some kind of shroud. Just a covering.
11 plus 5.
Nice.
16.
I think that you know well enough that if you were to leave the district that you're in, you'd exit an illusion.
Okay.
That you
That's
do
what I
not
meant,
suspect
right.
that time has been forced forward and that you've been forced into night. That they've literally added night to day, and that the what would normally have taken hours to reach sunset, the sun is just essentially hidden so that they can enjoy the festivities under dark of night for that much longer.
Very cool.
Would this still feel pretty powerful though? Like, would that be a powerful thing?
You would be shocked by this level.
Yeah,
of magic.
that's pretty.
That is
pretty
a,
crazy.
An
a-
illusion at this extent, like for
an
everyone's
environmental
wall.
effect like that, it clicks for you. The Princess of Wrath, as you know, sees the value of these this tribe as the magical contributions, not the druidic contributions of the orcs, not the gold that she can procure from the dwarves who live in the under ice beneath Argentholm. No, these elves are proficient in magic, more than proficient.
There are dwarves underneath the ice.
You knew this. They were at the oath swearing ceremony.
Yeah, they were.
The dwarf fight over there.
You've walked past their district every single time you went back and forth between the.
They presented gold to the princess.
Yeah.
when we
Oh,
were
that sounds
doing
cool.
that whole
We
thing.
should be hanging out with that.
Oh, why don't we go to the door?
I can't
sounds like
believe how
Richie. It
much of
doesn't
a
sound like
dwarfaboo Mr. Yornia
It's really the only time he animates.
He's a
when,
daweeaboo.
when he's talking about ice dwarves and how cool they are. He opens up.
There's a hush that goes over the crowd, and you realize it's not awe at what is impressing you. You realize that the dancing and the music is slowing, that there are voices that are almost like a wave of silence coming from one direction. And through the murmurs and everything, it becomes apparent. The Princess of Wrath has arrived. And looking through, you can see the princess starting to arrive at this. Oh, that's not the right music at all. I'll hit play here. You can you spy her. She has a contingent of a number of frost hammers, all carrying spears, guards, these small white kobolds who are standing at either side. But it's hard to take your eyes off of her as she walks forward. She's wearing this beautiful ice blue gown. It is backless, nearly glowing. The gown extends into a one-legged high slit, revealing a pure white stocking underneath as she steps forward. She's wearing the equivalent of fantasy stilettos, these long icicles that make the back of her heels, and she's wearing these sleeve-long gloves as she walks forward.
I promise you I can fix her.
And as she waltzes into the space, the crowd parts so that she can approach the center space that you all find yourselves in, towards this large bonfire that all of these festivities have happened around. And you realize that in addition to the kobolds, in addition to her fearsome presence, she has 2 leashes in her hands. Connected to each leash is what you recognize to be the kind of equivalent of Graveyard Jack.
Oh,
2 of these
I rolled a
bargaists.
shit in my pants. I don't know. Like, Jesus. This is
2 of these
fucked up.
bargaists that she's brought.
Holy fuck.
Hugging against, restraining against her leashes. She can give them a yank, and this ice cold crackling around the collar
What the
pulls them back
fuck?
and forth. And those red eyes that you recognize dull. They seem to be at her very heel as she walks in, parading the fact that she has stolen these guardians from the rest of the Shadowvale Cabal. Everybody looks at each other nervously and attempting to show reverence, but with a combination of fear and hate.
How does this make me feel?
How does it make you feel? You are seeing what has been hounding you. Pardon the pun. You are seeing what has been chasing you, something that you consider to be so powerful, so fearsome, being imprisoned, shackled by the princess.
My question is not I know how Scrim feels about this.
Ah.
I'm wondering if that the entity who might see through me, how they feel about that, and how that makes me feel.
That's a very cool
Andy.
question.
Oh, it was anachronistic. Oh, the runes spoke incorrectly.
Are you asking how you think your
I'm wondering if
Argus
the
would
entity that watches over me or perhaps owns my soul, is if they are witnessing this and it makes me feel a certain way.
Like
If I
you're
feel
starting to
something
like
deep,
a feral rage.
if there's something
build up
deep
with it,
inside
like
me that
deep
is
from the
outside
pit.
of my control.
you have this feeling and this secondary thought of like, what would Graveyard Jack think? But you don't feel a tug, you don't feel a pull, you
Okay.
feel totally alone and only
Okay.
a Scrim in this moment.
Yikes, that's not the answer I
You're not
want.
compelled to howl at the moon.
Well, Scrim might.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I don't feel like. Got it. Just Scrim. I just know how Scrim feels about this. Okay.
She walks forward, and Elder Nightbloom, the one person with the mindfulness to walk forward and greet her, Princess. Thank you for accepting our invitation. Thank you. We are so glad that you could make it to our celebration. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you. I am sorry I was a little late. I couldn't find my necklace. It must have been misplaced. It was a beautiful diamond necklace, but I unfortunately seem to have misplaced it. Well, I'm here now. Let us proceed. I'm eager to see the wedding. Of course, no. At your convenience, we have a seat here, right at the head table, and she guides the princess over to the the longest, widest table, and the princess gives the Bargists another yank. They don't quite whimper, but you can see that they do not fight terribly much. They seem to have been cowed, so to speak. You're left there watching as she sits down, and she looks at her. Oh, I have a present. It is, of course, I'm sorry, that's not the princess's voice. Of course, and I almost forgot. It's an important part of your little traditions, isn't it? I have brought you the traditional truffle. And she pulls out a truffle, much, much larger than yours. And she sets it down.
This bitch.
On the
she
table
gon' get it.
amongst the others, and then she reaches over and she picks at a pastry. Thank you. Yes. Let me get you some wine, Elder Nightbloom. Trying to be as subservient as possible. Leaving the four of you here. The rest of the crowd starts to warm back up after this dramatic arrival, but for the most part, the party is very much muted compared to what it was, but 10 minutes ago.
Yoni, you all right? Shake it.
We should not interact.
No, we shall not.
I agree.
Nothing to be gained.
We are not to engage whatsoever.
Quite frankly, I don't even want her to look at us.
We have our plan, do we not?
The Iceborn are here to enjoy the festivities and nothing more.
I was hoping it was almost time, but then she rolled up with those things and collars.
If we can go unnoticed by her, it'll be for the best.
Yeah, but what the fuck is that? She just fucking has them chained up. Like, what the hell, man?
I do not know. This is even before she gained the artifact, so this power was within her capabilities long ago.
Think of what she's built here in this city. The power that each one of these cities, these clans can bring to bear, and she rules them all through fear and terror and strength. She's far more powerful than we've come to know.
The bride and groom are now conversing with the princess as you're having this conversation. You can really feel the deadened emotion of the crowd because of what they know the princess represents. This replacement of what they wish their culture to be, having been stolen.
Mr. Yornir.
enjoying the Leonard Skinner that just came on.
Yeah, I don't know. Let's get rid of this.
Oh, give me 3 steps, Mr. Yornir.
I am but a simple man.
I was just gonna say that, you son of a bitch! You beat me to it! Ah!
The equivalent of Tuesday is gone with the wind. Unfortunately. No, I said my piece. We must focus on our plan.
We just gotta get through this stupid dinner. When are they gonna serve dinner so we can get this ritual? Ah.
They've been serving dinner all day. If you watch more people go to the buffet. And
I wasn't
more
gonna eat
people
it anyway.
throwing-
I just want dinner to be over.
It's a grazing thing.
I'm not eating it anyway. I just want it to be over.
They're like herd animals.
When is it gonna be over?
I believe it's soon they'll start the procession. They said that would begin at nightfall, and nightfall has come. If the princess takes a front position, as I assume that she will, I think Yorn is correct, and we should stay towards the back or out of sight as much as we can.
And then hopefully she's gonna leave, right? And we can do what we gotta do.
This was part of the plan.
I wonder what Whisperfang is up to.
But the princess has had a penchant for showing defiance to everything we do, every step of the way. I would not be surprised if she tries to intervene.
She has been known to break tradition and ceremony
She
everywhere we've been.
She may be listening to every word that we say right now.
Well, if that's the case, she already knows what we're gonna do, and then it's only a matter of time before she eats us.
That means that Whisperfang is a fucking lawyer and this one's a heinous bitch. I kind of watch her reaction. I look for her reaction.
You don't think that you're overheard.
The fact that she's here now and not engulfed in rage, it seems Whisperfang did as he said he would.
Perhaps.
Kept our confidence.
Perhaps.
The kobolds are making a mess of this party. Not in the sense that they are ruining it, but that they are very much eager to take food as they will. They are one of them swipes a darkler from one of the kids who runs away crying. They seem to be enjoying their positions of authority while the princess continues to converse. You can see the parents, the set of parents of the Okila and Valaman are receiving presents from them. The kobolds are there at the princess's side. She is very clearly and rudely giving them a cane, a finely crafted knitting set, a silver hand mirror, a chime to summon your children when you've gotten too old to get out of your bed, and your grandchildren and your great-grandchildren. Everyone is sort of cowing and accepting these gifts, but she is rubbing in their faces the fact that she has these spargets at her side.
They're just a bunch of bullies.
It's a show of defiance. It's a show to the cabal that they are powerless in the face of the princess. We don't know what the angle is here, unless she already knows what was planned. We don't see it. I think we wait. There's no use engaging.
Elder Nightbloom steps forward, and she addresses the crowd. The ceremony is about to begin, but before I wed this beautiful new couple, I must tell you all what it is, an honor it is for the princess to be here, as you all know. She came to us. We were very young, and bravely protected us from these two creatures, the creatures that you see she has still. They were the mouths of our gods, and she keeps them from taking us, so that we can enjoy our many years here. As you know, it has been a hard time, but it is because of the princess bringing us here that we are able to thrive and to be together as a people here in Argentholm. I have named Okila to be my successor. And I know that with the princess's guidance, we will all flourish. Thank you. Everyone offers some light applause.
Yeah, all right. Sure. Just blow a puff of smoke.
And very quickly you witness the ceremony. Everyone gets together into the crowd and stands together. The couple walks forward and meets in the center, and you witness a very traditional vow swearing. After feasting and celebrating, singing and dancing with your family and friends, you must now answer the call. Will you still marry? Both say yes. Are you certain? Both say yes.
Barnabas starts to sweat.
I'm not certain. Do they seem certain? She speaks out to the crowd, and you hear the crowd go. Yes, yes, yes. You hear voices after voices, yelling out, general ruckus, clapping, shouting, stomping.
If it were me, you'd beat me into a bloody pulp. You make sure you fucking stop him.
I'm gonna just kind of, I won't scowl at Barnabas, but I will look at him grimly.
Yeah.
But that's what my face most of the time.
That's true.
So,
That's
but
true.
This is slightly more grim than usual.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder why Mr. Yornier's in a good mood today.
It's the mead. The mead's getting to him.
He's getting to Mr. Yornier. I can't believe they had enough to actually affect his beard bowl's biology.
Fine mead.
God.
You hold your tongue, Barnabas, presumably.
I do. Actually, no, I don't hold my tongue. I go, Hey, they do! The young and betrothed, young love!
The groom looks at you a little bit, you get a moment of raised eyebrows in surprise, and then sort of a nod. And
I give him a knowing look.
He continues to look his beloved in the eyes. Very well.
Lon, I tried.
Valaman Sageleaf, you are a unique groom. Your chosen bride will lead us all in the years to come. Your home will not only be yours, but will be open to all of us. Your bride will not only oversee your household, but those of all of our households. When one of us is in need of friend or counsel, is sick or hungry, your bride will be there to lead and comfort us. You wish to wed this woman, knowing that by doing so you become father to us all. I do. And Okila, Honeywine, my chosen successor and dear friend, do you take this? I don't know why we're doing this music. One moment. I'm juggling.
Yornier's fucking wasted.
I'm juggling Sigdus music for the whole time. All right.
Somebody cut this troll off. Hey,
What did you call me?
God, I called you a troll.
I kick scrim.
Scrim, you do know Reacher's Keepers.
Every rib in my body shatters.
Do you take this man to walk beside you for all your many, many years? Do you accept him as your right hand in the sacred task you have undertaken? And do you promise to always keep in reserve enough love and care for him, even when your people will need all you can spare? I do. Then join hands. Nightbloom loosely ties their left wrists to their right wrists, connecting them in a binding ceremony, a vow-swearing ceremony, a wedding. Okila and Valaman, from this day until your last, you are united. Your bond is enduring and indestructible. Go from here as one and never be parted. They lean forward, they kiss, and you feel the rush of applause, even in spite of the princess's presence, swim through the crowd as everyone cheers for this union, for this celebration.
I have a question. I'm sorry I'm asking so many questions. I feel like I'm either forgetting something or I missed something or I'm just dumb. Did we discuss... Hey, Mike, I saw that look. Did we discuss... Is there like a point that we all know that we're waiting for, or like
Yes.
a go word?
Yes. And
Is there like an
I mentioned it
activation
to
phrase?
Tai Shen what you know is that after this moment, they leave the district,
Yep.
and a procession begins, a
Yes.
parade of sorts, and that people start to diminish as they are less and less significant to the inner circle. Once it's only the family, you'll be miles from here, deep into the woods, and it's there that you anticipate that the final consuming ritual will occur.
How many people am I expecting to be there at this consuming ritual?
You would have talked about it during the dinner, and you would know that the expectation is the 4 of you, yourself, and the bride and groom, the 4 parents, and Elder Knight.
That's what they've said.
No, I know. I'm usually pretty good about remembering this stuff. I don't remember any of this shit. I don't know why I'm struggling to remember all this. I just want to make sure I have it fucking right.
It is the rampage afterwards, scream. Send him into the city. Our home souls.
No, I know you're kidding, but we would actually be having this conversation. Like secretly, like I don't care if anybody else can hear it. The only person I actually trust with this shit is Yornir.
Yeah.
And I am like trying to like figure out the optimal time and like way to pull this off. I am 100%.
We would have had conversations
Yes.
that like Yornir would encourage you to somehow try to get Jack to like run to the city and start eating like hundreds of people.
Yes, we would have been. We would have had these conversations, and I would be constantly like maybe like saying a thing to him quietly, checking on him quietly, like having these check-ins.
And I
The time
would
is nigh.
put my trust in you guys. I'm just here to serve, to be visible as the chieftain of the Iceborne or the Icebound castaways, and to basically, when it is time to smash and kill,
Okay.
then I will jump into action.
All right.
But I'm putting my trust and faith into Yornir and the Scrim.
We are on the same page. I'm usually really, really good at recap shit. I don't know why I was struggling to remember all this. I apologize.
fine.
I'm on the same page now.
You're fine.
Thank you.
You see the princess clapping, having not interrupted, just present and observing things, enjoying her authority. And Elder Nightbloom claps her hands together and says, "Now we will engage, of course, in a song to celebrate this terrific union." And that's when the princess stands up. "A song, yes, a song. Well, where is our poet? He's always up for a song."
Let's see if it fucking works.
And she turns and looks around, and the rest of the crowd starts to look around. And she is
Cronenberg.
where is he? Where is my poet? Where is he? He can lead the song. No poet arrives.
Oh shit.
You watch as murmurs spread through the crowd.
I don't know any poet. I've never seen a poet.
Where is he?
Where could he be? That's
He's
weird.
he's never missed an event like this. There's free alcohol.
Kind of a drunk guy. He might be in a gutter somewhere.
Elder Nightbloom, do you know where he is? No. We didn't send him an invitation. Of course. Well, he should be here. She looks at the 4 of you, and then looks around to the crowd. Has anyone seen him? Has anyone seen the poet? Tell me now.
No, you're not today. No.
Or yesterday, or
Not
any other
today.
time. Nope.
You hear a
Not
voice, a
today.
terrified small voice from across the crowd. The voice of Mus.
No.
I saw him.
Oh fuck! You idiot.
He was in the he was with the Iceborne.
Motherfucker.
The Iceborne.
Mustard seed.
You mean the Iceborne, the Icebound castaways, of course. Isn't that right, little lad? The Iceborne, Icebound castaways.
Fuck this kid.
Yeah. He was there this morning. I swear. I see.
No.
Barnabas,
Oi, princess. You're looking well.
are you aware of where my precious poet is?
No, I am not, Your Grace. We've been separated from our tribe, our clan, in preparation for this fine event. The ogres have been tending to the preparations to our district that you have graciously gifted us.
It is very possible that he was in our district this morning. But as Barnabas said, we have not seen him.
Not since the chieftain ceremony.
Aye, say true.
He has been known to stumble through.
He's a bit of a drunk.
He likes a good drink and a good tale, I'll give him that, but the ogres find his company pleasant.
And what is this Iceborne business?
My spiritual advisor had recommended we choose a name and a moniker that best suits the nature of our very souls and the nature of our destiny. Born of ice, bound in ice.
I have chosen your destiny. Not Yornir.
Oh yeah.
You defy. You disrespect me when you change your tribe name. I went through a tremendous. I have given you housing. I gave you your ogres back when I didn't need to do that, did I?
Oh, yeah, that was very gracious and generous of you. But I do remind you that I had to earn it by beheading a Goliath.
All these fucking traditions, just to please the Goliaths. I'll bet you didn't even know that by killing him, that the wife was going to perhaps try to kill you back. That they think it's a wedding ceremony as well. All these little fucking things that go around. No one can see the big fucking picture.
Oh, on that we both agree, Princess.
Well, maybe you should step back in line.
You, more than anyone, should know that we are not castaways. We were reborn in this land. We are not washed ashore. We are not lost. We have survived for months. We belong here.
We were reborn in the ice, perhaps not unlike you, Princess. But, regardless of that, Mr. Yornir, we are here to enjoy a wedding and celebrate the love of two young betrothed. That is all we're trying to do, Your Grace.
I had such high hopes that when I brought you into this city, that you would be able to show everyone what it looks like to be good, to follow the vision, to understand what I'm trying to do to bring everyone here together to unite them. But here you are, just letting everything go along and refusing to take the name I have given you. I'm going to find my poet, and then we're going to have a little chat.
I welcome it, Your Grace. I do. And I don't mean to speak out of line, but we both were there. I know that you saw us through the window of that ship. We were all there. And when all of us have experienced that. Do you think the traditions, any of this, your poet, why would you expect us, after experiencing that, experience whatever the hell that came from, why would we be the ones to play house in a place like this? Not that, don't mean no disrespect, Mom.
Pitiful. Pitiful. You've been here less than a year and you think you've survived anything? I have survived here for centuries. I know what to do. I know exactly what to do. Thank you. If I hear Iceborne one more time, there will be consequences.
Oh, as you wish, Your Grace. Castaways. We are castaways. As you wish.
Ahoy there.
She yanks on the leash and she snaps her fingers. And a Frosthammer kobold runs up and hands the princess a dagger, a ceremonial dagger. And she holds it out and walks over to Okila, the newlywed. Your gift. A reminder that leadership sometimes requires sacrifice. She turns, and she yanks the chain one last time before making her way out through the crowd, and all is quiet for a moment.
Jeez, that was tense. Goodness gracious. Sure, I think for that poet.
Yes.
The hell you think's going on between those two? That's
There's
weird little
more
pair,
there
isn't it?
There's more there than what we understand. I got the sense when speaking with him that there was so much more than he would say. But this is something else.
If Whisperfang has betrayed our arrangement, trouble will come soon, I have no doubt.
I just feel like if he'd betrayed us by now, we'd know.
I think that conversation would have been very different if Whisperfang had betrayed us.
Did you hear the comment about the missing necklace?
I did, yeah.
Aye.
What about it?
I hope this indicates that he has followed the plan.
The diamonds?
Yes,
You think he's taken the necklace as a form of components?
a reagent
Oh.
to
Hmm.
resurrect the eviscerated flesh of the poet.
He can do that?
So it's
Diamonds?
true then.
Strong enough magic and
No, vile dark magic.
You know about this? You all know. How do I be the only one that doesn't know about this?
diamonds of a established gold value.
Small voice peeks out, pipes up from behind you. I'm sorry. Mus has approached you and looks shamed.
Get out of our presence.
Do not interfere with our affairs ever again, young man.
We wish to never see you again. Do you understand? Be gone from here. Be gone from the icebound castaways.
I was scared. He turns and he runs.
But let's go back to the poet and the whole relationship that he has with this princess. I mean, what, do you think she got a third leash? I mean, it's like he's some kind of pet for her or something? Like, there's got to be something freaky going on there, you know?
She seems to enjoy his company. He was...
Well, it's all theater. It's all showboating.
Her aims, her wishes, her whims are irrelevant. She likes him because she does.
All right. If you say so.
We are castaways because she wants it to be. She is whim-driven. Almost mindless and unsurprising.
Boy, she is a dragon, ain't she?
Yes.
I don't think that she has the proper vision to face this war of the machines, if that is the case, if that is what's coming. These
thinks-
metal men.
She believes she knows what doom is coming, but she does not. She has no clue.
She believes she's close to the power to stop it. Arrogance.
Yes.
I'm worried that when Secundus comes back and brings his friends, they're just gonna be a stain under his fucking boot.
The time for subterfuge or diplomacy has come to an end, I fear. Very soon, we must make a play.
I told you, Mr. Yornir, if I need to challenge her, take the blame myself, challenge her to one-on-one combat. Perhaps give her a little handicap. Get a lucky shot.
No.
Maybe while she swallows me, I'll be able to rip up her guts on the way going down, eh?
No, we must do it together.
One thing at a time. Let's, try a couple plan A's through plan C's at least. Come on.
This is-
We've been gathering forces. not present company excluded. She holds great power. I don't think we could stand against her, even the four of us, under the best circumstances. But these people, I believe, are primed to turn against her. We have to unite Argenholm against the present threat that is the princess.
The crowd begins to move, and you feel everyone start to follow, and you can see at the head of that procession, the newlyweds walk just behind them their parents and their and Elder Nightbloom. And you can see people walking and running up, saying goodbye, saying goodbye. You know from your dinner that everyone here, except for those there in the lead, believe that they're saying goodbye in a fake way. That this was always the tradition. Back when those two Bargists were their guardians for real, they were truly saying goodbye, but they'll be seen in another few weeks. After the equivalent of a honeymoon, the parents would return in shame, as has been the case with their families ever since falling under the reign of the Princess of Wrath. And so they are saying their goodbyes, and you can't imagine what is going through the minds of those parents as you follow and make your way into the neighboring woods. And that's where we'll take a quick break.
Let's fucking go. I'll grab my water. Thanks for hanging, everybody. We're gonna take a quick break. If you're a patron, go on over to Patreon, join the Golden Monkey tier or higher. You can ask us questions on the question post from today.
Let me pull it up.
Man, I got intense.
I think the time has come.
The time has come.
The walrus said.
The walrus said.
This is going to be interesting, to
gosh.
say the least.
I feel like we have to turn our forces against her. I don't know. I mean,
It's definitely a strategy.
she's
Drums
walking
of
in
war.
with two fucking Bargist on chain leashes.
That shit's
like,
fucking insane.
I mean, just think about how powerful the people are that she has at her beck and call, you know?
I think that, like,
She's pretty powerful.
Barnabas is in a very unique spot because, like I said earlier, like, he's dealt with horrors beyond the stars.
Yeah.
And what Sophilus as a mind and an entity is something that he doesn't respect, but he acknowledges the sheer power and the vastness of it in a way that makes him feel small.
You mean the Elder Brain?
The Elder Brain. Or
Okay.
and all
Yeah.
and all the other things.
Yeah.
But to him, who's been someone killing monsters his entire life, the Princess of Wrath is effectively just another monster.
Yeah.
That's true.
She's just a monster.
It's a creature of this plane.
Yeah.
As far as we know.
She's just another fucking baddie.
Yeah.
Another fucking monster to be killed.
Maybe the biggest
at a
baddies
level-
you've seen.
Oh, exactly. But still
But still.
compared to Sophileth and compared to the will of beyond the fucking stars.
Yeah.
And all of that shit in the spaceship and all of that he can't understand.
Yeah.
Or begin to understand. I think that it's a very difficult spot for him to be in.
Yeah.
That's me trying to get into to explain Barnabas's thinking.
Like, yeah, headspace. I think that's very good context to kind of like keep track of. Kind of like what we've been through already.
And I think that he's also seen captains and pirates and bullies and politicians and governors of various islands and port towns and mayors who all have this bluster, who all have this, they're disrespecting everybody, they are showing their force very plainly and gaudily, and he's never respected any of it. And I think that this is reminding him of a lot of that in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
This is very Avengers and Chill.
Yeah,
we'll
we'll
get
get
there.
there.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I think it's
Yeah.
great conversation.
It's just it's we're so in it right now.
We're in
We're
it.
right on the cusp
I
of
really hope
something
this
crazy.
session gets to a point where I hope it gets to, because I want some things.
I want to see the.
I don't know what's happening.
I've been thinking about this for a fucking month. Is all I'm
Yeah,
gonna say.
I want to see Jack fucking.
And I have a Scrim has a plan. Is all I'm gonna say.
Yeah.
Scrim's got a plan, and I hope that I get to at least initiate the plan.
That's amazing.
Night Spirit asks,
wait.
"Hey there, Avengers crew, first time chatter. I'm Brandon of the Patreon family. Welcome,
Welcome.
Night Spirit.
Oh,
Hey,
I'm
you're
wondering, as an aspiring writer, both for campaigns and novels, how do you develop a story so well? What does the writing process look for you? I think what I'll do is kind of give broad writing advice. I think the number one trap
of any aspiring writer, especially a fantasy writer, is they focus on the world and the lore. And a world building and lore crafting does not a story make.
Very true.
I think that most people do it upside down. They do it world, characters, and plot and story. And you should invert that. Story first, character second, world third.
Because you're almost at the end, you're fleshing it out.
Yeah, at the end of the day, you can have great characters and terrible story. You
Build
can have
the
a great
world to
world,
support the
terrible
story.
characters, terrible story.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, the story has to be good. You need to focus on the narrative first and the arc and what you're trying to hit and the beats. And every single character you have, every single bit of world building you have that you show to the reader, you can do all of the self-congratulatory and fun world building and all the deep lore and thousands of years of history. But either your players and your readers, I promise you, don't give a flying fuck until you make them care. And they're not going to care if you read that to them. It needs to be tied to the story and to the characters. And no one's going to care about the characters unless it ties to a good story. And so that is my overall writing advice to any aspiring writer or DM, is focus on telling a good story first, then having good characters second, and then having a good fleshed out world. That's my advice. Misa. Any preference for?
Can you grab me 2 seltzers, Derek?
I can.
Oh, thank you.
If you wouldn't mind, Derek, while you're out, it just surprise us.
Yeah, whatever.
They don't care.
Surprise us. Any preference for a dice brand y'all use? I'm a Kraken gal. Love my Dragon Egg dice I designed for them. Oh, that's awesome.
You know, I don't own any Kraken dice.
I like Kraken dice.
I have this Kraken hat.
Oh yeah, this is cool.
I don't own any Kraken
That's
dice.
very funny.
I bought this hat at a Gen Con years ago, and
It's a great hat.
It's held up, but it's not long for this world. It's
They have
getting
a
ratty.
really strong.
I wear it
logo,
to death.
For sure.
I wear it to death.
Oh yeah, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Pass these over.
Gideon's got cracking
Thank you,
dice.
Derek. Really appreciate it. My Glut Bondo dice / what I've been using
There's
because
some
all
in the door that you don't have to.
my
fish
dice
out.
are in.
I'm not picky with brand.
This is Norse Foundry.
I use a crazy wide variety. I've got Norse, I've got
thank you, sir. I
Dispel,
appreciate it.
I've got Chessex, I've
Level
got rando
Up.
no-name brand shit.
Like
I've got.
Gatekeeper.
Oh yeah, what's the one that you really
Gatekeeper
like?
Games.
I have some
like
Gatekeeper Games.
I like the
Yeah.
dice.
Yeah, I got a whole bunch of shit. Everything.
I'm more about just like whatever dice I feel like fits the theme of the character I'm rolling for. You know, it's gotta be. It's gotta make me feel like I'm in. You know, I have like dragon dice for Taishan. You know.
Yeah,
like,
small
kind of
batch
like
Etsy
frame.
creators.
Yeah.
Oh,
exactly.
I always mention there was an Etsy creator who created some dice that were like, I think they were hand painted because they were the Great Wave dice, and they were like $300. And I think that somebody painstakingly like hand painted
Yeah.
each die,
Oh, man.
and I was like, I couldn't afford it when I saw them, and now I don't even know if they exist anymore.
So get back to it.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
I'm ready.
I'm in it.
Yeah.
Oh, let me know. Okay. As we are joining the procession at this point,
We're in the
You
woods.
are walking along
Yeah.
with dozens and dozens of elves.
it will be very apparent, especially to Yornir, but if any of my other friends were to pay close attention to Scrim, that there is a grim determination that is he's for once not running his mouth.
Yeah.
And he would still be every once in a while conferring with Yornir, like having a kind of a side comment. Nothing that you wouldn't be able to hear, nothing secretive amongst the four of us. But there's a grim determination that's kind of beset Scrim.
I will walk. I will be relatively quiet. I'll be walking kind of far away from my companions relatively. I'm going to be just kind of have a distant gaze, and I will be kind of moving my lips and maybe doing a little bit of muttering under my breath, and my hand will be like in my coat pocket.
I'll be walking lockstep with Scrim, right by his side.
Yeah. And, yeah, my thoughts are elsewhere.
The first few miles of this trek.
Well, I was just gonna say I would also be as close to Scrim as I could. Not like careful to not get too close if they're trying to have a very private conversation.
No, we're not talking. I'm
but-
just next to him just in case. Just
Yeah.
ready.
And there,
I would
again, there
be
might
at-
be like an off word
Yeah.
or comment, but nothing like conversational.
I would be at Scrim's side, like ready, like in case anything pops off, ready for whatever comes next.
It's a quiet march, aside from the conversation that you can hear adjacent to you. Folks talking about seeing their guardians and how long it's been since a wedding that the Princess of Wrath attended. This being such a significant one, given the handing down of the matriarch's role to Aquila. And you can see people rush up. People catch up with the head of the party. Some addressing the newlyweds, some addressing the parents, giving some tearful ideas, tearful words, suggestions, guidance, all of them sort of sharing in this moment that is, in their minds, largely symbolic. And it's in this final mile, as the procession begins to recede, people just stop walking and then turn and start to make their way back as they feel that they've said their piece, and fewer elves remain. Before it gets too small, Nimrodel walks up to the side of all four of you. We for show. We have to step away. I'm going to lead you a way around. People will be suspicious if you join the head of the party.
Lead the way. We will follow you.
He branches you off, and just the five of you walk through this adjacent wood. It is very similar to the wood that you remember from your truffle hunt. And you are looking at these large looming trees standing over you. It is pitch black. There is no moonlight to illuminate anything. And if you have to produce light in order to navigate the space, you do. Because without dark vision, it would be difficult to avoid the roots and trappings of the forest floor.
They added dark vision to me.
No way! That's fucking incredible.
I mean, that makes so much fucking sense.
I
Why wasn't that
in
the case from the very
in
fucking
dark
beginning?
depths of the sea,
Thank
yeah.
you. Thank you, Watsi.
I do not either.
I'll create a flame so that we can see. Unless I think that would be unwise to draw any attention to us splitting off. Then I
No.
would not.
No, you are able to, once you feel that you're out of eyesight,
I feel like
produce
it'd be like
a
you
small
holding
flame.
a tea candle size flame. You know
Yeah,
what I mean? Like
I
you just
just-
be holding a
keep
little
it small.
You just sort of hold something to lead.
Just enough.
Nimrodel pulls out his own illumination source, and you continue to make your way through the forest as you loop around. Imagine that you're hooking towards whatever sacred spot this ritual would normally be. And after another 10, 15, 20 minutes of walking, you emerge into a small clearing, a circle of trees there in the center of the woods, and you see Elder Nightbloom, the newlyweds, and their two parents on both sides standing there saying goodbye. There's the groom and his parents saying very little. They've seemingly already said their farewells privately. They know what to expect and what's to come. You can hear the mother of Aquila. I've known you since your first breath. Live a good life, earn a good death. Farewell, good fare. And she puts her hand on the side of her daughter's cheek, and that's when Elder Nightbloom spies you and Nimrodel. You've made it. Thank you. Welcome. Come.
We're here, as agreed upon.
The way this usually goes is, once we've said goodbye, we would send the parents off into the woods to meet the two guardians you saw the princess has captured. Scrim. I don't know your connection to yours, but if I ask them to run, do you think he will chase? You have lived good lives, each of you. It is my honor to help you gift your souls to our gods. It's been so long, and you grant us great magics in your sacrifice. Know that your children will lead happy lives, and that they will be right behind you. Now, Are you ready? Parents all nod. Run, she whispers. And the parents turn and, holding each other's hands, start to dart into the dark woods.
In this moment, I watch as they take off.
And you hear the sounds of their footsteps on the forest floor.
I close my eyes, and up to this point, I have not eaten at all. I focus. I can hear my stomach rumbling. I focus on the hunger in my stomach. And I close my eyes and I think inward. And I would like to use my 9th level feature, Contact Patron. You always have Contact Other Plane prepared. Once per long rest, you can cast the spell without expending a spell slot to contact your patron, and you automatically succeed on the spell saving throw. I mentally contact a demigod, the spirit of a long-dead sage, or some other knowledgeable entity from another plane. Contacting this otherworldly blah, 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 blah. You may ask your questions before the spell ends. I get up to 5 questions. The DM answers each question with one word, such as yes, no, maybe, never, irrelevant, or unclear. If a one-word answer were to be misleading, the DM might instead offer a short phrase. You contact your patron, and you automatically succeed on the saving throw. I focus inward, I focus on my hunger, and the first question I ask is, and I would say this quietly to myself, but Yornir would definitely be able to hear it. Standing next to me, my friends would be able to hear it if they're close enough. Graveyard Jack, can you hear me?
There's this long, slow silence as you, for a moment, reach out. You think maybe the
Come on.
creature can't hear you. You stretch out with your magic again, and then you feel its presence. You feel its breath on your back of your neck. None of you see Graveyard Jack. Scrim, this sensation is solely your own. And you hear, yes.
If consumed, will these souls count?
Yes.
Will you come if called?
Yes.
Can you feel my hunger? Are you hungry?
Yes.
Then, Graveyard Jack, feast! Feast on them all!
You're pushed forward as this massive hound jumps and rams into the side of your shoulder, and the three of you do see for the first time this shadow beast, this massive smoking hound,
reach down and grab
burst
him
forward.
try
You
to steady
steady
him?
Scrim, trying to keep him up, and it's gone in a second, disappearing into the trees, racing forward. A flash.
The hunt.
He's done it. He's done it. They're away.
Incredible.
Incredible, Scrim.
I'm by your side.
Okay.
Whatever happens next, we're with you.
And I'm trying to focus. I don't know how this makes me feel. I'm probably lightheaded from the day, just the anxiety, the stress, calling this thing and having it answer and feeling this presence. But I'm trying to focus, and I'm trying to see if I can feel what it feels as it runs through the forest.
You have this strange feeling of symbiosis, this strange feeling of being on the hunt. You have this hunger rising up into your stomach. You have, you can feel your heart, almost 2 hearts, beating at the same time, and your mouth starts to water as you hear the sounds of cries in the distance. It's real. Hold my head, hold it. You hear these, the sound of leaves and cracking branches is oh! You hear this initial scream, cry out, and it'll be over soon. Oh! You hear this other scream as you hear crunching. You feel iron fill your mouth as all of a sudden this sensation of being full races down and deeper into your stomach. The first 2 parents are done. You know that they are.
Don't stop!
All of you can hear very faintly this.
Keep going!
You hear two other voices. Did it get them? Oh, I love you so much. It's there. I can see its red eyes. I can see. Please. Oh! You hear the scream yell out as the wife. It'll be over soon. It'll be over. It's just.
More.
This screaming stops as quickly as it raised up, and you are shaking. Your hands have the sensation of power. It's something that you never felt. Fear turned on its head. Power and control, and there's silence. The dark woods, as though no one was there. You look over, each of you, and the groom is holding the bride very closely, tears running down both of their faces, knowing that this is what they were raised to believe, to do, but still horrified by the sounds of their parents. Elder Nightbloom steps forward and puts a hand on Akila's shoulder. Be all right. Be all right. She turns to you, Scrim. Thank you. Now, if I may. Guardian, please hear me. I am Elder Rosemary Nightbloom of the Shadow Veil Cabal, and I beseech thee to join us, to join me, to join Akila, our tribe. There are more souls, there are more feasts for you here. We believe, we know you are the mouth of our gods. Come and be our guardian again. Be ours, and we will make sure that you are never hungry again. From between the trees through which it leapt, Graveyard Jack steps and emerges out from the shadows, illuminated only by Nimrodell's torch and by your tea candle flame. Please, I beg of you, will you join us?
And spoil my supper. No.
And instead of turning, it just turns to smoke, and the eyes hover there for but a moment, glowing red, looking at you, and then fading, leaving all of you there alone in the dark woods. No, wait, please. What do you mean? Stay. Please, we need you. We need you for our magic. We need you, our strength. No, please. It takes a long moment for Elder Nightbloom to gather herself, and all of you stand in silence.
Do I still feel a connection, or does it feel like what has happened is severed and ended?
That contact, that connection, faded as the last moment those embers disappeared.
The moment that this happens, the whole time that this was going on, Yornir would be there, like, steadying me, and there would be this bloodlust, this sneering, this smiling, this feeling of satiation, right? Being sated from this hunt. And the moment that Graveyard Jack begins to fade, there would almost be like a
You did well. You did well.
It's gone. I tried to urge it on. I couldn't help myself, but it's gone.
This is a good beginning.
Damn it!
What did you do?
No.
What did you tell that thing?
Yeah.
And we offered its Hundreds of souls. Hundreds.
I tried to tell it to keep going, to not stop. I just didn't. It didn't want to listen to me to a certain point. I guess.
Didn't want to join us.
I know, a beast like that. You saw the look in its eyes. It doesn't want to feast upon docile cattle. It wants to hunt. Aye, that's right, lad. This whole time we've forgotten who we are. All of us were born to hunt. And that's what we'll do. That's what we'll do, we'll hunt. Just like your dog.
We have gone through with the plan. Now please, if you could break the curse as discussed.
You're right. We agreed.
Just like you told me, my love.
I am disappointed that we do not have a guardian of our own again. But you're here, and perhaps you can compel it the next time we have a ceremony. Perhaps there's hope yet. I will use my magic. Barnabas, you have the trinket that binds you to the princess?
I do. I'll rip it off of the lanyard or whatever that I would have, the cord. I spit on the snow.
She holds it up and you watch it dangle and twist for a moment. And then she releases it, and as it drops, it suspends in the air and starts to turn and spin as she catches it between her two hands. She begins to speak a few arcane words. Energy crackles around it. This orb suddenly emerges, and you can see it suspended not in light, but darkling, and submerged in shadow. Only the vague outline of the shape starts to form lines around it, crystallizing, flaking away, and it spreads and fills. It's almost being sapped. Something is being drawn from this object, and she continues to murmur this incantation. I need any spellcaster here to make an Arcana check.
That's us, guys.
I only have a +1.
I get to sit here and relax, folks. I get to relax.
18.
12.
11.
Yornir, you pay close attention to the words in what order, the cadence, the inflection. You would listen very, very, very closely. And by the time she has completed her ritual and the orb vanishes, she's able to catch the trinket midair, you feel very confident that you'd be able to perform this ritual yourself.
Oh, let's fucking go.
Oh shit, dude.
It is done.
Oh boy.
The princess will not know that you have sapped away her power, as I did with mine so very long ago. Here, keep it on you. She'll want to see it. But she'll be none the wiser that you are free. And you may now restore your diminished state.
Yes! Oh. Big fucking money. Hell yeah.
Things that make you say, hell yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Elder.
Thank you.
You won't regret this.
I hope that we will remain allies. You saw the princess. She goes off at the littlest things, always trying to crush us under her weight, under her power.
We're sailing waters that we cannot return from. She will move tonight. Perhaps she's already moved. anything that you can do to contact the other elders, the leaders of the clans, who certainly must be suffering and filled with wrath and hate as much as she is. We will lead if they need a leader. We will lead the hunt behind Mr. Stabascotch's beast. Behind the Grim, behind Graveyard Jack. Let that princess, that dragon, that monster fear the name Graveyard Jack, and all who stampede behind him and howl with him.
As the chieftain says, you are wise and powerful. The time for hiding swiftly approaches the end, you must understand. I believe that my gods and yours, their goals are aligned, but please, tell your gods to prepare for blood.
I will include it in my prayers. This is why I chose to come to you. Something told me that you would be able to do what I have failed to do. The other chieftains, they will not listen to me. They have refused to band against the princess. You can see why. We've been powerless. Perhaps you can convince them.
Aye, we will. I have a feeling we'll be quite persuasive.
Let us make our way back.
You start to turn and you walk away. There's no burial or ceremony. You imagine that they are perhaps totally consumed or gone, but you do not see whatever it is that Graveyard Jack left with them. You continue to make your way through the woods back towards the district of the Shadowvale Cabal, thinking of what it will take to perhaps overcome this mercurial villain. And that is where we'll call tonight's session. And
Damn!
you all level up.
Level 10? Shit.
What?
Thanks for running the session, Derek.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Does everyone want to roll their health right now?
Yeah,
So nobody says,
That's a really good
I don't
point.
think I rolled my health.
Let's wait until
Manage.
Adventurous and Chill.
Oh,
Okay,
Let's wait for the first 2 moments
Mace
of
has to
Adventurous.
go.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot.
that's okay.
No. Let's roll right now.
Let's roll, yeah,
Let's
right
roll
now.
right now. We would have faded out by now on YouTube, so
Not bad.
What did you roll? You
Not good.
A 9 ain't bad.
Holy shit,
You're out
my
of fucking
10th level
control.
feature is stupid.
A 9 ain't bad,
I rolled a
folks.
4, so I get a 5.
I rolled a 3. Let the record show.
okay.
I've never once rolled above the
no.
average.
What the fuck?
No, one
It's just your
time.
hit die, right? D10?
Yeah,
Yeah,
hit
you
die.
roll your d10.
Warlock's
Or
get a D10?
Yeah.
What the hell?
Yeah, that's
I rolled a 6.
That's nice.
nice.
Not bad.
That's
Not bad at all.
So I'll just add 6 to my total, which
So
is
you roll
51.
HP, yeah.
So I will go to level.
Oh,
10.
bro, I get another weapon master.
You ready to hear about this? At 10th level, your hex grows more powerful. If the target cursed by your Hexblade's curse hits you with an attack roll, you can roll. You can use your reaction to roll a d6. On a 4 or higher, the attack misses regardless of its roll.
Yeah.
Damn.
I love. That's like my
Real quick,
favorite fucking feature.
Do I take a 4? Is that the? Or I
You take the
4?
average if you roll under the average.
Is the average?
The
4?
average 4 for a
Yes.
D6.
So
Okay,
because
okay.
you rolled a 3, you take the average. You'll take 4, and
It's
then-
half plus 1.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I just didn't want to
Yeah.
I didn't want to say I feel good about that and then kind of cheat it.
Oh, man. Good shit, guys.
Great session.
Yeah, holy.
Great fucking session.
Wonder if do we get increased spells? Do I get level? Still 5th.
Bro.
Okay.
I got my... Is this my highest, no.
This should come in handy.
My Path of the Beast
I'm
ability.
gonna pick my spells
I got
later.
my subclass feature,
I'm gonna worry about it
level
next
10.
time.
Yeah, I don't know.
If you can't stick around for Adventures and Chill, where we talk about our favorite moments, we theorize, and we answer some of your Patreon questions, we will be back again next Wednesday with more 13 beers at the local cheese.
That's
There's
right.
no Wuff-Rup on Monday.
No Wuff-Rup.
Then the following week, we'll have a Patreon hangout on the 13th. We'll be back with Wuff-Rup on the 14th. We'll have the last session of 13 Beers at the Local Cheese on the 16th. We have Stardust Rhapsody on the 19th. Then one more episode of Wuff-Rup before we return with Once Upon a Witchlight on April 23rd.
Man, all I gotta say is the Avantis fam is eating good, because I know I'm eating good.
Yeah,
I know I'm eating good. I'm eating good, so I hope that you guys are fucking eating good.
Holy.
God damn,
God, we had a
folks.
good time.
God damn.
Anything else?
Not before Avantis.
Thank you for joining us.
With that, let's chill. May's favorite moment, because he has
Yeah, and then get out of here.
How do you
Outta
not?
here.
I mean, I'll pick.
We're all gonna pick the same.
Yeah, I'm just
Yeah.
gonna, you know, I want Andy to say it first. I don't want to steal the moment. But
I
it's- how do you not
have a
pick the-
specific thing that I want to say that's related to that.
Okay,
But I want to take after you go.
I will say, I thought Andy's 5 questions
Were cool as hell.
Yeah.
To kick that off.
Yep.
I thought when the final one was, "Are you hungry?" Well, I was like, "Oh, that's fucking cool."
That's
like,
a cold-blooded thing to say to a
let's
dog
let
before
this,
it-
you know, let's let this. Tai Shen's like, we can't let the dog just run wild in the town and kill everybody. But like Mace is like, let's let this fucking dog run wild. you know?
Yeah.
I want him to bark at the moon.
Ozzy Osbourne starts playing.
Yeah.
And we fucking.
Oh man.
Oh shit.
Yeah. All right. That's me.
Goodbye, Mace.
Goodbye.
Thank
I
for
love you,
joining.
chat. I love you guys. Derek, incredible session.
Mace will
Thank you, Mace.
return
Yeah.
on Wednesday.
Get up safe, brother.
I just have to relieve my baby.
Godspeed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yep.
Au revoir.
Make sure you get your.
Young Michael.
Is that your water too?
Yes.
I want to give Derek's voice for Graveyard Jack.
Great
That's
answer.
what I was gonna say.
Well,
Great
what-
fucking answer.
Well, then you take it. You take it.
No,
I have another one.
others.
I have another one.
I have others. No, I have another one.
I'll say that I think was unironically in our
Thanks. You
that
too.
whole scene was unironically the scariest moment we've ever had, and I don't think it's even close.
It was very good. It was very well done.
I think it's like, what is it? Where like the skinless man approaches you and says, "Be not afraid." I'm like, "Sir, this is the scariest moment of my entire life," and then explodes into bats. That's how it felt. That's all I can think of. That's all I can think of.
I want to layer onto that though. There are times where NPCs come out and the voice comes out and it's like, well, you know, it's D&D, I can imagine, right? But then there are times where the NPC shows up and the voice is just spot on. I think of our most pinnacle moments right next to Wygor the rat is Jack. It was very like, oh my god, that's exactly what Jack would say. So very well done, amazingly
Well
done.
done.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Extremely well done.
Yeah.
I've been thinking about it for a long time.
I think about how, like, I know that Icebound, we're like, oh, it's not a horror campaign. It's not, right? But like, I genuinely think that may have been the most unsettling at least for me as a player.
I was shaking.
I don't think I've ever been more afraid. And my one of my anxiety responses, I bite.
Yeah.
I'm biting my hand constantly now, and I'm just like, I have bite marks all over my arm now, and like I fucking got a nosh out of my fucking arm and my hand.
big ol'
That's
nosh.
how intense I was.
I will say I loved that she, even though the plan didn't go as she wanted, she still's like, I'm still gonna break your curse.
Yeah.
And she didn't like turn against us, or she didn't. You know,
Think about it.
I thought that was great.
Think of the implication. Like, if she's in the
Yeah.
woods and we're like, he just summoned a fucking Grim to tear these apart. We're two fucking hulking dudes, and then there's Tai Shen. But like, imagine if she says no. What are we gonna do? Like, you know, we're not gonna let
use
her.
crazy ass fucking magic. We know she can.
Yeah,
do a
maybe.
lot,
I mean,
Maybe
I don't
she's not
know.
afraid of us.
I don't know if it would be. I don't know if she would be, including if you were to fight all 3 of them, right? I don't know if it would be a threat. But they are clearly powerful spellcasters,
Yeah.
and they have their own brand of magic.
Yeah.
And so, what that would look like, we'll never know. But I will say that, thank you, because I did want to make sure that she honored that, so that you would have something of an ally, certainly.
Andy.
My favorite moment was the princess's mask slipping a little bit, with her getting frustrated and cursing and basically being like, you know, like straight up being like, all these traditions are bullshit. Like, I have to deal with all of this bullshit to do what I need to be done, right? In the way that you guys handled talking to her, that interaction was really, really cool. So that was definitely up there for my favorite moment. Because you guys, you know, I'm obviously not gonna say my own stuff. And also, I really liked I really like that.
My other moment that I was gonna give you the voice was the fact that I got extreme Midsummer vibes.
Yeah.
Of where in these cults that worship death, where it's easy to believe in and it's easy to believe in it, and then when the time comes for you, you're trying to be like, oh, this is it, this is what we want, and then it's still horrific, and you're still screaming as you're being torn apart. That shit was so fucking cold-blooded.
Yeah.
That was one of my favorite things I think I've experienced as a player. That is what made it so horrifying. It was the voice plus the realization.
Terror.
Yeah.
The realization, the terror of the victims was extremely like an Etterstupa in from Midsommar.
Thank you. That was a very intentional choice.
Yeah.
I want to hear Derek's favorite moment, but then I have one comment to make about the
I have another one.
The 5 questions.
My favorite moment is to create the contrast necessary for the slipping of the mask and for what I knew was going to be a spotlight on Scrim and also horrifying dramatic moment. Putting, hey, here's a feast, and here's a bouquet throw, and here's a dance, and these extremely low-risk challenges in front of you, and just to see how you would engage and to sort of stretch out the session and create this building unease. My favorite moment was how you guys navigated that. Yornir standing and just sipping mead, for example.
Yeah.
You getting into it. Barnabo's only jumping on the
Mallow.
On Mallow and competing in a strength competition because that's how oh, this is something I'm good at, easy, right? Those moments to sort of continue to peek at each other's characters and see how you guys would respond to such an alien wedding was generally my favorite moment that hasn't already been mentioned.
Scrim was trying to work up an appetite, if you hadn't noticed.
Yeah.
Oh.
That was the whole...
I noticed that, and that was very
Thank you.
good.
I was trying to very subtly, like, without giving it away.
That's very good. That's very good.
I didn't know how much... So, I've been thinking about this for a whole month, and I didn't know exactly when the ritual was going to happen, but I've been thinking about it a lot, and I was hoping that it was going to happen at the end of the session when we started this session.
Yeah.
And it wasn't until I switched my character to 2024 that I had this feature contact patron. That is not a thing.
Oh, so you got fucking right on a platter.
So, and I've tried to beseech my patron or talk to the Grim before, and I've always had to kind of be like, hey, will you let me do this thing, right? And obviously there was going to be interpretation here, but the second that I saw the feature was contact patron, I was like, okay, I need to fucking figure out exactly what my 5 questions are.
Yeah, done.
And even if it doesn't work out this time, I'll have it for next month, and I'll be ready to go whenever we do the fucking ritual. And at least then I have an actual mechanical in, and Derek can interpret this however he wants. And that's the thing, is like, I didn't know how much freedom you were gonna give me. And like, I should know by now that everybody is so generous and gracious with their players that, you know, we trust each other, that you let us do whatever the fuck we want. And then you interpret, you adjudicate, right? So as soon as I saw that, I was like, okay, I need to figure out like what order. And I knew that I had, if he agreed to all of this, it was gonna be make sure that he could hear me, make sure that the souls count, you know, make sure that I can beseech him to my command, you know, and then if he agrees, be like, second, right? And then, I don't know, I just had it in my head, and it was way scarier once you
This
took
is one of
over.
those situations where it just worked so cleanly because I knew that I had made the choice that Graveyard Jack was going to say no to Elder Nightbloom.
Oh, okay.
I knew that she's offering hundreds of lives to this entity, and that it would be significant that he says no.
Yeah.
I'm not going to have an appetizer for what's coming next.
Interesting.
And so in that moment, when you asked each question, with that no in my mind, yes, fucking teed me right up.
So good.
Unplanned and perfect.
And if I didn't have the mechanical thing, it wouldn't have been this clean with the 5 questions that I came up with.
It's
it
fucking
would have
awesome.
been much more like, you know.
Yeah.
Anyway.
No, it created
it's just
a
one
really
of those very lucky things
really
that
cool
fell into
focus.
place. I'm curious though, and we can go into theory town here now, is if it is just what Barnabo said, where the Grim is looking for the thrill of the hunt and doesn't want these people who are just going to roll over and be eaten, or if it's more like it knows that there's more things happening at a cosmic level that it has to be ready.
What I'll say,
because it's like some fucking deity.
What I'll say, pulling the veil just a peek, is that we know that for a long time before the Princess of Wrath showed up, that 2 Bargists were happy to participate.
Yeah.
And that they fed good.
Right.
And so why is this?
Something is
why
different.
is Graveyard Jack saying no?
Something's different. Awesome.
I want to say, gotta give it up to 2024 for giving us that moment.
Yeah, seriously.
I love those rule sets. Those updates feel so good.
My
I'm sorry.
10th level feature is
Oh,
a
yeah.
land druid. Instead of like some stupid fucking bullshit, it's Nature's Ward. I'm immune to the poison condition.
Wow.
And I have resistance to a damage type associated with your land.
No way.
So Yornir, thematically, is now resistant to cold damage.
Hell yeah!
That's insane.
Yeah. Very good.
That's amazing.
Perfect.
You know what? I'm gonna take the high ground and not even be salty. Not
What?
even
That
be,
we're
Oh, what do you
resistant to
got?
cold damage
not
now?
even be cheeky about it. You know, the people will actually, I prefer the 2014 Andrew because you get to walk through snow pretty good. And that's a much better game with because I've been playing it for 10 minutes.
It's very funny.
I couldn't
Snow's
help
not
this.
magical plants, Mike.
Magical plants.
Yeah.
Do you want to answer some questions?
Let's answer some questions.
Yeah, let's answer.
Oh god, I have something else to say.
Yeah, was there any other theories?
Shit!
Not to change the topic.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's very
I
funny.
and my other favorite honorable mention was getting to throw down with Mallow,
Yeah.
who I'm envisioning just as literally an elf boy version of Mallow for Super Mario
Yeah.
RPG.
100%.
And I think someone called it out exactly, which was my party. Is like the Kino party is Mario, Mallow, and Gino.
No,
I know I said that Gino was overrated, but that's just the classic thing that I actually like Gino a lot. Gino and Mallow are my favorite characters.
I saw that comment. I'm like, wasn't that your
That was
exact
my party.
Yeah, that's
I
right.
had Mario, Gino, and Mallow as my party.
Thank
I
you
think
for
throughout the
reminding
whole
me.
thing.
I didn't hit this point and it was a miss because I was pushing to make sure that we included everything that we needed to get done tonight. And so if it's not clear to chat, and perhaps we'll find a way to do this in the next session, but the reason why the Princess of Wrath was able to produce such a large truffle is because Wilbur is alive.
That was what I gathered. That's what I
She
gathered.
grabbed Wilbur to go on her own hunt
Yep.
to make sure that she had the
I picked it up, Derek.
And I should have been more articulate about that point in the session.
I was like,
No, I think leaving it, vague was fine.
Yeah, I agree.
But I want to say that out loud because this is what Adventures in Chill is all about: is being able to talk about things transparently. And so, let there be no dispel all confusion. That is what the princess was up to. She's got a competitive streak in her, and she was more than happy to find the most experienced of the pigs.
Wilbur. I will say one more favorite moment, and then we'll answer questions.
God.
I loved when Musk came up afterwards. And was like, hi guys, and we're like, leave
Fuck
now
off.
and never come back. Fuck off, you shit.
Yeah.
You fucking betrayed us, you jackass.
I can't believe it. You betray me.
It's very good, actually.
Lisa, betray me.
Lisa, betray you.
I'm gonna finish my dinner if you don't mind.
And I feel like a lot of D&D parties would be like, no, you were just scared.
It's okay, Mus.
We're
We
gonna
love
adopt
you. We're gonna adopt you into the fold.
Yeah, it's okay. Don't
Meanwhile,
worry
we're like,
about
drop dead.
Yeah, Scrim's like, I'll slit your fucking throat.
Yeah, fucking die. So anyway, I'm glad that we were all on the same page.
I'm so
very
glad too because
consistently.
he fucked up hard.
Yeah, that's horrible.
Everybody betray me. I fed up with this
It's
world.
not his fault. Yeah, it is. He was scared. Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck?
You all
fucking
the choice, Mus.
You fucking rat.
That's right.
Anyway,
Stitches get stitches, man.
question.
Yeah.
I'm looking around. If you see one
Yeah,
Mike
hold
snipe
on.
it, I'm also
Hold on.
looking.
Sneepe. Yeah, fuck that guy.
Eliana Richards, have you ever taken inspiration from fanfics for how to play out situations or where to take a storyline? No.
Nope.
We don't read fan fictions. At least I don't.
Before we crossed the 100 threshold, and we mostly got some extremely sincere old school fan stories, I would pull them up and see it because it was an interesting lens into how people were viewing our content. This was ages ago, long ago, when we were well before we even hit the 100K mark on subs, and that was satisfying. It didn't change or inform the way that I was telling my stories or the way that I played into my characters. I don't think that is
I agree
something
with all that.
a way that I would take that data, but it was insightful for the way that we think about content.
I agree with all Yeah, I think that makes sense. What about Jackie Aldridge? What about calling this Arc of Stardust Rhapsody Season 1 and the last one Season 0 to give more semi-canon vibe? No, I think that also that diminishes kind of everything that happened. I think that rather than calling them seasons, I think they're just different campaigns. They're both Stardust Rhapsody, but you know, it's like Full Metal Alchemist and Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. And it's not even semi-canon, right? Like that's the point, is that if it was semi-canon, then maybe, right? But I think the idea is that we wanted them to be different stories where the events and characters might exist in some way, but none of the events as we saw them, moment by moment,
are accurate.
Were true. Not a fucking millisecond of it.
Yeah.
And so we just wanted to make it very clear that hey, these are just
so
totally
there's not any
different things.
confusion. We want to make sure it's very clear.
Yeah.
And make it, you know, that was definitely also a request of
Well,
folks.
and just we want to make sure that it's very clear that you shouldn't have to watch Season 0. You shouldn't have to watch Season 1, right? It's this extra side thing. It's on a shelf. You can watch it if you want to. But that the real campaign, right? The new campaign is Anthem moving forward, and you can start fresh at episode 1.
In that canon.
I like this question. If I can snipe one from Inverted Rain.
Oh, this is a good one.
I play a D&D character that is similar to a pillar of who I am. However, it still takes me a moment to make choices he would make instinctually. Does making quick choices in character come with time and practice, or do you all have any tips to follow? What I would say is that the stronger your character creation process is, and the more sturdy the character you create is, the easier time you're going to have to make those decisions and to make decisions in character. I will say though, that I do believe there is an element of just getting reps under your belt. Like there's just an element of getting practice of playing a character in general. But you will have a much easier time if you have a strong basis for your character.
Just make sure that your character isn't just you. I know that a lot of people, they say, oh, it's an element of me or it's one piece of me. Like, that makes it really easy to fall into the trap of the character's just you with a bit of it turned up to 11. And if that's the case, you will not be able to roleplay because you're not playing a role, right? You're playing yourself. You're not playing some other character. So the more that your character is a distinct being that is not you, it is much, much, much easier to know what they're going to do, know what they're going to say.
I used to say that a lot, especially for Vandris. But the more I think about it, the less I agree with that. In that, I don't know if I've changed or if the characters have changed in my mind. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, I used to say that a lot for Vandris, but now when I look back on it, I'm like, oh, I actually don't agree with that at all. And I don't know if I've just been able to separate myself and think about how I would make the character stronger, and I'm just doing that subconsciously, or if maybe I never really meant it in the first place. I don't know.
Well, I think just at the time, Vandris was just Andy, right? And now that,
maybe I've changed.
Now that we've gotten, I think now Vandris is a character.
Yeah.
And that if we were to all go back to the table, Vandris and Rodek would be their own characters truly.
Yeah.
I think
more
that,
three-dimensional.
And I think that you could play Vandris as he always could have been or should have been, right? And that's true for Rodek, and that's true for anyone in Prime.
I have an experiment for you as the answer to this question. For me, is that I definitely used to think about characters like, I'm going to explore this piece of myself. And the more and more, to Andy's point, that I played, the easier it got to make sure that the separation was there, even when what I was doing was next door neighbors to who Derek is. But what I will say is something that really helped me unpack the difference was playing a character that is totally radically different from your own. If you have an opportunity to sit down and be handed a character sheet, or someone else make choices for you so that you don't get in your own head and you don't make those, I'm going to explore a part of myself kind of thing, take it. And see, is it the reps that is getting in the way of your choices, or is it the character creation process that's getting in the way of your choices? Because playing something that's so different from you, instead of having that initial conceit of I'm going to play a character that is exploring an aspect of my own real life personality, you may be able to make a distinction by trying that experiment out.
Good question.
Good question.
I got a few more.
Yeah, I'm looking.
Let me hit refresh here. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Coding Zert, with SCR getting new subtitles, will the episode numbers be changed as well on YouTube? Yes.
The episode numbers as we know them will not change.
They're not changed, but
we'll rename episode 1 of the campaign now called Overture, and the episode. So the episode numbers that we labeled on Twitch and YouTube, those will change. So yes, those will change, because really, basically, the beginning of the session will become episode 15 of Overture, and then the rest of the session will be episodes 1 and 2 of Anthem.
this is pretty good.
Good question.
Oh, this is questions for Mace. Sorry.
Yeah, there were a few I skipped over. 'Cause...
What in the wedding? Nico Newport asked what the wedding outfits look like. I don't know if
They're just like fancy suits, right?
and they weren't like they weren't like suits. They were like, you know.
I would imagine some sort of traditional garb
Like
Yeah.
that the elves were wearing.
I'm thinking
right?
like Elrond shit. That's
One
what
moment.
I was imagining.
One moment.
I'm imagining like Darnassus silks.
Lined with furs, layered with insulation, and enchanted to provide protection against the cold. Long, high-collared coat of dark brown wool and velvet embroidery, resembling many of the tattoos you've become familiar with, abstract or arcane shapes that seem as much symbolic to the elves' culture as they are magical. Cloth gloves, high fabric boots, ceremonial sash. Each outfit is perfectly tailored to the characters, and each tunic is subtly colored in deep rich tones, along with silver brooches of a woolly rhino on their chests. That's the full description that I had in my mind. As
I bet no one thought they were going to get that level of detail.
And I think I read that last session, so my apologies if I missed it.
Yeah, dude, I don't know why. Like,
I remember the rhino.
I'm usually fucking on point. When we sit down and somebody's like, hey, somebody recap last session, I'm usually like fucking right there with every detail. I'm struggling. I don't know if it's because maybe my brain's just fucking mush today. But I feel like I'm missing shit.
It might be the pronouns.
No.
No!
I'm kidding.
I'm never gonna sleep!
I'm kidding.
I appreciate that. I've been feeling that my descriptions have been mushy, so it's me.
I don't
I'm
know,
pretty sure.
man.
I'm
It's
pretty
just one of those things.
Michaela McDonald, cousin of Derek, or anyone to know. This has been bugging me ever since we learned the vessels of names of food. What kind of food is a myelin? What was myelin's food?
Oh.
Isn't that like if I had to guess, isn't that a plant?
One moment. That's a great fucking question.
know.
And give me 2 seconds to
I think
answer.
myelin
for you.
is like the sheathing of on like nerves or something.
Yes.
I believe so.
But that's because Myelin's Ogerton name isn't Mylin.
Right. We learned his Ogerton
Oh, that's right.
name. Right?
We did learn.
Yeah.
Like like Alcatra
Pot
versus
roast or
Daisy.
something. I don't know.
No.
Alcatra versus Daisy is exactly right. I do not know if I'm going to be able to find this.
Oh, it'll be somewhere. If you can't get it now,
Anyway,
throw it in the Icebound thread.
Myelin was not his. Myelin was like his.
I forgot that.
His
I
crewman
thought
name.
that was his non-vassal name.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Gun to my head, I would have been like, it's a plant! It's a spice!
Oh, yes, myelin. Sprinkling. I guess from a certain point of view, it was food in Ogerton.
That's technically true.
Right?
Yeah.
It's technically correct.
Let's see. Who else?
One moment. His name was... I don't know how to fucking pronounce this name, so just one moment.
It's very funny.
Entrecôte. Entrecôte. It's a French term for a premium cut of beef.
Oh, like Alcatra.
Yeah.
Because they're related.
Yeah.
Entrecôte.
It's very clever.
Good questions, folks. And
One more to finish it off, or should we just raid?
One more for the...
For the old dusty trail.
For the breach. What is it?
Thanks for hanging, everybody. This has
I
been-
would
this has been
say,
fun.
I'm not going to say this person's name, who said I can never ask a question again. It scares me when you say your name, that you jump, your heart skipped a beat, and now it hurts. We don't want to hurt you, so I will not read your name. But
Well,
thank you
maybe
for
it's in a
asking
good way.
questions. We appreciate
Maybe it's
you
in a good way.
engaging.
I don't know.
Thank you so much. And also want to clarify that I don't not read fan fiction as like a stance. It's just that I haven't had time.
Yeah.
I used to read every single one in 2022.
Yeah.
That's what I mean, is that we used to eat that shit up.
In mid 2022.
I think I stopped reading when there were about
I read
15.
I think I read 3, and I could never not say. So there are 3 fan fictions that I've read, but that was in
I
2022.
read like a good 10 or 12. The first 10 or 12.
I always tell the story that I was reading them to Kelsey when we were in the hospital.
Yeah.
Because that was a fun way to pass the time at like 4 in the morning when she couldn't
And you could
sleep.
do the voices and everything.
Well, it was just fun to like try my hand at Greco when no one was around.
Also,
do Frost
I
and do
think
Cremi and like, you know.
This is my toxic trait. As someone who used to read a lot of fan fiction as a kid, I think that part of me hasn't left, and so there's a lot of shipping ones And if there are ships that I don't agree with, even though I'm the one, like, I'm the professional or whatever created, I'm not reading that.
That's very
not,
funny.
That ship's not canon. That's not in character.
I don't read crack ships.
I don't read crack ships.
That's
Yeah, I
very
don't read
funny.
that.
Ow.
Nothing in specific, but I have not been able to since 11-year-old Mikey started reading fan fictions. I haven't been able to shake that.
That's
so.
no. That's why would you want to? I think
Yeah.
that's extremely reasonable.
It's an extremely reasonable way.
It's
to
a
think.
fine stance.
Yeah, yeah.
What I will say is that at some point I have got to figure out a way to like sort through all of the many hundreds that we have now and find some of the really good ones. Like
Well,
I don't know how to like if there's a ranking
probably, yeah,
or
there's
like
probably like a rating.
I know you can
There's a
go and like
rating.
do kudos and stuff, but
Yeah.
like
I mean, that's a good place to at least start. The ones that are highly rated.
I don't know.
I'm sure it's
I
not
would love
perfect.
to sit down and have like an afternoon.
Yeah.
With some really high quality fanfic
I agree.
and just enjoy it. But
Maybe someday.
You know, afternoons, one of
Yorgrim
those.
does what to Marius?
We're
gonna raid-
What? That is not in character. Yorgrim and Marius. What the hell?
There, if you can't, if you're wondering when we'll see you next, it's next Wednesday.
We might do some little bit of content. I have an idea, maybe just something quick on Monday, just post for patrons.
Oh, a little post.
But we can figure it out. Maybe not. But stay tuned.
I'm gonna look like this on Monday.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
We'll figure it out. I want to hear what your idea is.
We're rating
What a fun
Die
session.
for Me 10. They're at the table and they're
Oh,
playing
they're at the
D&D.
table.
So
Give them love.
pass
Yeah,
on the
send 'em
Avengers
love.
love.
What a nice table.
Great,
Yeah.
great setup. I love that portal.
Good night, everybody. We'll see you soon.
We love you guys.